As I had mentioned, the objective of this session is for us to have a common understanding of the indicator on STI mainstreaming in MDAs. Allow me to welcome the Director General NACOSTI, Professor Walter Yawa, for the official opening. Karibu DG. DG, we can't hear you. Kindly unmute. It's still muted.
Hello, you can hear me?
Yes, yeah, go ahead.
Yes, just a minute. I put on screen. And are you able to see the screen?
Yes, it is already in the presentation mode. Go ahead.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
Oh, no. Okay, put it in presentation mode.
Just a minute. You guys, it's now okay?
It's okay, you can go ahead.
Okay, just a minute. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, JP, and thank you very much to our distinguished STI focal points, STI champions, PC coordinators, and all of us, I think, in this sector. Yeah, mine will be about 30 to 40 minutes of presentation, mainly to provoke the discussions of today on certain emerging issues in the STI ecosystem or the STI sector. And I've captured it under the title of Leveraging Science, Technology, and Innovation for National Security, Public Safety, and Inclusive Sustainable Development. And ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic, things have really changed globally, and matters that were never at the front line of development have now come at the fore. And the COVID pandemic has really brought in the issues of national security. It has really brought out the issues of public safety. And then thirdly, of course, our usual inclusive sustainable development in line with the UN SDGs framework. With that, I just want to give you some data which maybe some of you are already familiar with, or you can easily download. And one is relating to the African paradox, or the puzzle. And this has been said severally, where it is documented that the African continent represents 20% of the Earth's surface and is home to about 1.3 billion people, likely to reach about 2.5 billion by 2050. It boasts about 60% of the world's arable land, 30% of the world's reserve of minerals, and the youngest population, a very young and energetic population, is in Africa. Yet, despite these riches, Africa produces only about 3% of the global GDP. I think our independence or development discourse has not been as long as the other nations. And also the records indicate that Africa accounts for less than 3% of international trade. And when we come back on matters STI, it contributes just 2% of the world research output, accounts for only 1.3% of research spending, and produces 0.1% of patents. Patents are direct bearing to the economy, because patents indicate that a product or a service has come out there and is either being commercialized or being extended out to the public. And we would want to say that it is very clear that the lack of deliberate investment in science and technology to transform the resources has had far-reaching consequences and undermined Africa's economic transformation. This STI mainstreaming target was actually introduced in our best interest of the entire STI ecosystem to try and elevate our issues at the highest national level, so that even the national treasury, when they're allocating funds to MDAs, to universities, to research institutions, are able to take note of the importance and relevance of STI. This has not been at the forefront. So this is an opportunity for us to express ourselves, all of us collectively, not NACOSTI alone, not NRF alone, not the universities, research institutions alone, but collectively as an entire ecosystem, which is regulating MDAs, a number of the work done by MDAs, including I would say the tertiary institutions, like the teachers training colleges, when you offer that education, you contribute very, very importantly to the human resource that eventually is able to lead this country to the next level. Yes. Now, this is also a part of the data in the wake of COVID. There was a very recent intergovernmental high-level conference in Rwanda, I think about 4 months ago, and key decision makers were in this meeting. Again, I've just captured some of the highlights where they determined that African governments, policymakers, regional economic communities were urged to enhance strong political will to further integrate science, technology, and innovation. The word there, the key word is integration. It is coming at the forefront, and this is the kind of advocacy that we need to utilize to be able to escalate matters of science, technology, innovation to the highest level of decision-making because of the impact it will have on the entire country and the continent. The experts that were gathered in Rwanda 4 months ago stated that science, technology, and innovation should be viewed as an enabler for development, with the most important criteria for measuring its impact and effectiveness in Africa being based on carefully selected context-specific development indicators. And this has not been happening again. If you were to ask ourselves, what is the status of STI contribution or impact by Nacosti, none of us can say that, or any of your agencies or MDAs, none of us can say that. So one of the features of STI mainstreaming is to collect a lot of data and to translate them using the globally accepted indicators in a way that we're able to say, and as has been done, that Kenya's Global Innovation Index, based on the factors or elements of STI, is A, B, C, D, and it's comparative. We're able to say that institution A, B, C, D, with regard to this aspect of STI, has contributed, so that it is no longer subjective. There are very clear set parameters based on the mandates of each institution. If you're a regulator, if you're an implementing agency, then we're able to say that what is the contribution or impact that you have in the country. And this matter of STI mainstreaming, some of you might be aware, is really picking up in the wake of COVID. And again, I just want to highlight what is happening in East Africa. And if you care to check on the Article 103 of the East African Establishment Treaty, it underlines the economic importance of science and technology as a key driver for economic development and also for integration of the countries within the East African community. And this becomes important because currently, as Kenya and as Nacosti, we are chairing ESTECO, that is the East African Science and Technology Commission under the EAC. And this commission was established for the purposes of utilizing STI as part of integration of the region, so that whatever happens in Kenya, the kind of trainings we have in Kenya at research institutions or universities is duplicated or can be equated to what is happening in Uganda, in South Sudan, and so forth. So among this, a key component of STECO, membership of STECO, the East African Civil Society Forum, and they have gone ahead of us and really appreciate the role of science and technology that it can play in transforming the lives and enhancing integration, and thus establish STI mainstreaming as a key framework or platform within its objectives. So what we are also doing in Kenya is very much in tandem and very much in line with what's happening within the region. And if we do it well, as you know, Kenya is always at the forefront when it comes to East Africa. We'll take advantage of things that are happening around us and globally. And again, I think the most important, we'll be able to elevate the status of your institutions in a way that when we're asking for funding, then it doesn't take a lot of struggle to explain what we do. Yeah, so I just want to highlight that countries that have gone ahead of us, that maybe got their independence a long time or were not colonized, like the US, for example, you can see the slide. They knew the role of science and technology from the word go. And we look at this office, which they call the Office of Science and Technology Policy, which was established in 1976 by the US. This office, the OSTP, advises the president directly and others within the executive office of the president on the scientific, engineering, and technological aspects of the economy, that's one, national security, that's two, homeland security, that is three, health, that is four, foreign relations, and the environment. For us, I think we have grown up, or what is out there is that we talk of matters STI is only for economic development. So sometimes it's not taken as serious because matters of security, matters of health, as you saw in COVID, are really very urgent issues. And you saw how Cambridge came into the limelight during this pandemic. That's when suddenly people knew that Cambridge is there and is extremely important. And the same would apply to any of the MDAs if we are able to escalate the matters STI to the level that it should be. So the US have taken this very seriously. And one of the recommendations which we are trying to put up is like after the whoever wins and forms the government, the next government, is that as the cabinet secretaries even get the advisors, they normally have a legal advisors. We would strongly, and you can help us, some of you can help us in this, encourage that they're given a possibility of having a science, technology, and innovation advisor for each of the cabinet secretaries up to the top, up to the presidency. That escalates our issue so that we don't have to struggle when there are certain matters that have to deal with, the COVID pandemic or any other pandemics or things that might come to impact on the lives of our public. So that is in the US, and I've just given an organogram. And you can download this, by the way. They are readily available, and some of you maybe are already on your phones. You'll see this is the organogram of that OSTP. It reports directly to the presidency. On the right side of the same, you can see one side is the National Science and Technology Council. That is the NACOSTI, which again works with OSTP, but also has direct access to the presidency. Then there's another organ called the President's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology. And I believe a good number of you could play a key role in that council, just to advise. You can see the work, there's a dotted line to ASTP, but he has direct access to the presidency. This is how matters STI has been escalated in these countries. If you, I'll skip that slide. If you go to the next one, another example is Iceland, for example. You can see the Science and Technology Council inside there. And you can see it belongs to two key ministries. One is the Ministry of Education, Science and Culture, when it comes to science development, to research fund and so forth. The other side, it is directly linked also to the Ministry of Industry and Commerce, where now we translate matters of research, matters of science to technology and to technology innovation up to the Innovation Center. And as you see in one of our slides there, the STI ecosystem, the core agencies in the STI ecosystem, as were established, has NACOSTI as the regulating agency. Then you have the Kenya National Innovation Agency, which actually is supposed to be an implementing agency, or at the very end of the ecosystem. Then you have a research fund. So the act already was very futuristic. I think the crafters of act did a good job. The challenge is that this act it has taken over 10 years to fully make efforts to realize it. And STI mainstreaming PC targets in literally all the MDAs is giving us a very, very strong opportunity through which the matters of STI can be escalated. That is Iceland. I'll give in Japan, also very serious. The Council for Science, Technology, Innovation is right inside the Cabinet Office. And it is actually chaired by the Prime Minister of Japan. And below that, you can see now the various key ministries. You can see the Ministry of Education is there, reports to the Cabinet. You'll see the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry also has a direct link with the Council of Science, Technology, Innovation. And by the way, as I said, that council is chaired by the Prime Minister. You have the Ministry of Health, Labor and Welfare. Then you have all the other ministries. Every ministry has access to science, technology, innovation. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the things that the reasons for that STI mainstreaming. It is not just for collecting data the way some of the indicators do and then being satisfied. No, but it's supposed to impact, transform the country to the next level of our development discourse. We have done well, I think, in the foundational matters, but now countries that will pick up STI, I think will be able to survive the changes, the climate change, the pandemics that is not ending as we have seen. Other things are coming. I think I've seen the newspaper, was it yesterday? This other flu, the swine flu or something is also coming. So a lot of things relating to health will be coming. A lot of things relating to security will come. You have seen the struggle between now Russia and Ukraine. Matters of biological weapons are coming up at discussions, and we as NACOSTI, as members of the Biological Weapons Convention in Geneva, I think there's even a discussion this week on the possible use of this biological weapons. So, and that is STI related because these weapons come through research and development of that. So that is how serious this matter is. And you can see I'm really emphasizing on matters of national security. And indeed, I don't know whether they participated yesterday or today. The government has taken a special step. And I think early this year, last year, His Excellency chartered one of our key universities, the National Defense University. And if you look at the Universities Act, it's a university which is established as a university of national strategic importance. They're going to undertake research which has direct bearing to our economy, but first and foremost, to national security. That is how I would say, ladies and gentlemen, how important this is. So I would ask you to join us, not to see this as just a normal target, but as a target in which you can have a voice, which can go to different levels. I know you have different ranks where you are. You have different levels of influence. Some of you might have even a strong influence. So wherever you are, please help us to be ambassadors to push this matter to the highest level. When I come back to the regulatory framework, and you'll forgive me, I'll be a little bit faster now because I'm trying to do this within 30 to 40 minutes. We'll give you the slides and we will continue engaging. And hopefully we'll have in-person trainings in the future based on the kind of demand that we're getting, where we'll be able to discuss this in detail. For now, just pick what you can pick. We'll give you the slide. The regulatory framework of STI, the Science, Technology, Innovation sector, is regulated through the STI Act 2013, revised in 2014, which I hope we have all downloaded. GP, if this has not been sent to our stakeholders, please ensure that it is sent formally. It's downloadable, so it just needs to be emailed. It was enacted for three purposes. One is to facilitate the promotion, coordination, and regulation of the progress of STI in the country. Number two was to assign priority to the development of STI in the country. But number three, as a direct bearing what we're doing today, and that is to entrench science, technology, and innovation into the national production system and for connected purposes. That has been happening very slowly over the last 10 years. We are hoping that it can be fast-tracked. We are hoping that as the new government is formed, there will be a special consideration for matters of STI, as happening elsewhere around the world. But STI mainstreaming is not a thought of NACOSTI or a thought of the Ministry of Education or a thought of, it is actually coming from the Act, which was enacted by Parliament on behalf of the people of Kenya. And that is to entrench science, technology, and innovation. So in any agency that you are in at this particular time, we strongly believe you might not be a university, you might not be a research institution, you might not even be a training institution, but there must be some element of innovation in a small way or in a big way that we are doing, which we need to trace how it impacts at the end. Be it you in the security sector, the armed forces or the national police or whatever, I'm sure you're using technology in one way or another for forensic studies, for getting evidence and so forth. And in some countries, I think like the US, there's a really strong collaboration between the investigative arm, like of the police force, and the universities, because some of the universities have the laboratories that test get evidence from the scene of crime, and they're tested for that. So there's a lot of strong collaboration, and it's one of the things which we are trying to really encourage, that no institution can stand alone. Even the ones which are very advanced and heavily equipped, like Calro, Kirdi, Kemri, we have been working in silos. But I think the global approach now is to work together under the new government approach of whole government system, or the multi-sector approach. And this is where NACOSTI comes in. You might find a number of regulatory agencies focused on a sector, focused on universities, focused on, like DeVeta, focused on tertiary institutions. NACOSTI cuts across from kindergarten to the universities and beyond the universities, if you might want to say that. So that is the key things in the Act. The Act has three core agencies, and is captured very clearly. Part 2, Section 3 talks of NACOSTI, and NACOSTI is a regulator. It's not a research institution. I've seen sometimes it is lumped by the other research institution. NACOSTI regulates these research institutions, and even indirectly the universities that are focused on research. We don't regulate university education. And if we look at the Universities Act, it talks of the Commission for University Education. We regulate university education. So we don't do that. But when they do research, then we come in to complement the Commission for University Education. Part 5, Section 23, establishing the Kenya National Innovation Agency. They do not regulate, but they are implementing agency, a key implementing agencies. In fact, they are our frontline. So that when you see Kenya coming with, now they're moving with speed. I think they acquired a substantive CEO one year ago. Yeah, when you see Kenya, like last time they had the Innovation Week, literally inside there, NACOSTI is there, and the National Research Fund is there. NRF does not also undertake research. They fund research. So it's called a fund. And that confusion we really want to clarify. NACOSTI used to take all the other two functions, but in the best practice in terms of avoiding conflict of interest, Kenya was established as an implementing agency. The National Research Fund funds research, which has been recommended, not the research, but the research areas, which has been recommended by NACOSTI. And the latest that they did, I think, last year, following recommendation by NACOSTI, is to fund on the COVID pandemic, research on how to mitigate COVID pandemic, and also how to mitigate locust invasion. So please let us highlight this. Sometimes we get requests, people asking for fund for conferences at NACOSTI. That has been moved to the National Research Fund. And sometimes people, I think, write to the National Research Fund to advise on the research framework in the country. That is the work of NACOSTI as regulating agency. But we work together. So you can see our objective as NACOSTI, which I'll emphasize on here, is that the Commission shall be to regulate and assure quality in the science, technology, innovation sector and advise the government in matters therefore. So our role is fourfold. We regulate and assure quality based on the provision of STI, not what we create, but what when Wanjiku gave through Parliament. We coordinate, and that's what we are doing now. In bringing all the agencies together. Of course, we work very closely with also NRF and Kenya. We advise and we promote. Advisory is very powerful. We are the agency we're supposed to inform the country that this matters require special attention, or this matter is emerging around the world. I know we have not been fully doing this because of other limitations in terms of staffing, in terms of financial facilitation, which cuts across all MDAs. But we are trying to move within the short time that some of us have been there to try and meet what is expected of us in the sector. And therefore, this target gives us that very strong opportunity to be able to do it. So that's the role of NACOSTI. You can read more. There are 17 functions captured in the Act. And I know my colleagues might mention this, Kalerwa and team, but allow me to highlight just 3 or 4 of them due to limited time. Number one, which has not been done over the last 10 years, but we are now working on, is NACOSTI is mandated or required to develop in consultation with stakeholders. And I want to emphasize that, in consultation with stakeholders, of which you are our key stakeholders, you are our key partners in this, the priorities in scientific, technological, and innovation activities in Kenya in relation to the economic and social policy of the government and the country's international commitments. There is a draft, if you check the NACOSTI website now. Now, that draft would want as much engagement as possible. It has been benchmarked with a number of countries in the world, both within the region and without the region. So we have changes. We are not going to the specifics. This is like an act of parliament, which is general and broader. And then you have other things which will give it a framework. Like if we say system is a priority, which it is now. Then it is for now the relevant MDAs and agencies now to come up with the framework of how to implement that. So when we talk of STI, investment in STI is a priority. The details of this will come through maybe the National Research Fund. Right now, a framework for government that this is a priority area. This is how we want it implemented. So that there's a draft, a 12-point draft in our website. Please download it, or it can be shared by our team of GP. Then the other priorities lead interagency efforts to implement sound policies. That's what we're trying to do in the STI mainstreaming. Advise the national and county governments on STI. We are slow on this one, but we are moving. We are already working very close with the Council of Governors. Although it's a challenge to work in that political environment because their interest might be geared towards a certain direction. Then we're supposed to liaise with the National Innovation Agency and National Research Fund to ensure funding and implementation of prioritized research programs. We have research priorities on our website. It has taken time to implement it, again, due to limited resources. But as I said, we really have to bring our heads together on how to get in resources which can trickle to your MDAs. So there's also 5, number 6, number 7, number 8, number 9, number 10. Advise the government on policies and any issue relating to scientific research system. Allow me also just to elaborate on this one. When people see research systems, the first thing you think of university or a research institution or a tertiary institution doing research. I would request you to check in the Act how they define research system. They define it as research, science, technology, and innovation. It is the entire system. And that's why we are saying, if you have invested 1 shilling in research, we would want to ask, what has it led to? Yes? So a master's student, for example, as undertaken research, we would hope that the supervisor If the research is still not at a very advanced stage, we'll be able to escalate it to the next master's or PhD student until that particular research at some point contributes either to a product or contributes to a service, or thirdly, contributes to an advisory to the country. And what you call positive research sometimes is taken differently. You can research on, for example, we are now using things like aloe vera or is it tangawizi, the ginger to mitigate against the COVID pandemic. That is known from traditional knowledge and so forth. If you are able to do a research which actually finds or determines that the ginger is not helpful to a COVID pandemic, that is a very positive outcome. It advises the country that we don't have to invest on ginger or we don't have to invest on whatever. So it is not always that a research outcome must lead to some product or a service. It can also lead to a very powerful advisory which saves money so that the supermarkets do not stock too much of ginger. It's a very, so we would hope that every 1 shilling that NRF gives to an agency, an MDA or a university or such institution, and that's what we're working on now. Where did that 1 shilling end up in? For us in the universities, once we research, we publish, we get promoted, it ends. But the course was established to ensure that it doesn't end there. It keeps on being researched until it leads to either of the 3 things: a product, a service, or an advisory to the country that this works or doesn't work. So please take note of the word research system, because we have had that question from agencies. We are not in the research system. We don't do research. It's not our core mandate. Yes, but I'm sure if you look at that information, you must be doing some innovation. It's a requirement of government. Yeah, whether you are whichever agency, I'm sure there's something that you do that is related to innovation. And I would just want to mention that we had an engagement with one of our key agencies, which is doing very well, the National Cereals and Produce Board. They asked the same question. We just receive these grains, store them, and take them out there. Then we have this very simple question. What is this that you hear in the public where people are not able to buy the unga out there because they fear there's aflatoxin or it is poisonous? Whose work is that? And we're able to converge and agree that actually how you store that grain is a research, science, technology, and innovation issue. Because how you store that maize determines whether that maize will be can be used by the public or not. And you'll find in an agency, if you look at it, you'll find there's something that to do is there. You go to another aspect, we are being asked by the teachers training institutions that we don't do research, we are not in the research system. Then you tell them the research system is actually RSTI. What do you do? We educate people on matter science or even social sciences. Now, what is education? It is a key component of RSTI because you cannot have innovation without human capacity development, like what we are doing now. So literally every agencies, and we have seen even those in the social sciences, people believe sciences are those things, physics, mathematics, biology, and so forth. Social sciences is a key ingredient. And that's why you find the world has moved from when scientists come in, like now the COVID pandemic, who is, and JP, you let me know if I disappear, if I might lose my internet and talk to myself for the entire 30 minutes. So let me know if by calling me directly. Yeah. So as I'm saying, a human or undertaking human capacity development, that is a core ingredient and component of priority areas of science. Sorry, I'm just checking if there's a call. Yes, of science, technology, and innovation. We promote increased awareness, knowledge, and information of research system. Again, let me emphasize, research system is research, science, technology, and innovation. And you can be in the entire spectrum, like universities, or you can just be playing in the innovation part, like startups, those who undertake startups. And we have another request, and I think one of our key agencies, also the betting, licensing, and control board. They're saying we only do betting. Then you say, but what is betting? It's dealing with the unknown. People do guesswork. People do whatever. And there's a lot of research that goes on in. And again, I think we're able to converge on that. In fact, it is captured in the act that they will investigate before the license. They will investigate. And the word investigation is actually a definition of research. So I'm emphasizing on that because it's one of the questions you're able to get. But this is the definition of a research system. You can see, and I won't read this. You can check on this. Research means systematic investigation. If you are doing any investigation, yeah, and all of you do strategic plans. You do SWOT analysis. What is SWOT analysis? You are investigating. So the fact that you're doing a strategic plan, which takes a certain method, which has to have outcomes at the end of 3, 4, 5 years, you are definitely in the STI ecosystem. So please assist us on this one, and let's work. It's for in your best interest. You'll find that opportunities that are available now in the STI, both locally and internationally. We are emailing the same to you, STI champions. We are emailing this to your CEOs, and we request the STI focal person that when you receive our email, it's not just meant for you. It's meant for institution. It's meant for the staff there. It's meant for the STI champions, like opportunities for training in a number of these international conventions. So please let that information flow. So that is the definition. Research speaks into science. Research makes science, because science is the question of knowledge. Science speaks to technology, because it's the application of knowledge, the application of science. But then the last one is very, very interesting. Innovation is just not the innovation, a product. Not just a product if somebody has come up. Is that the question is that can that product be commercialized or extended? It's not a requirement that every innovation has to be commercialized. You can also give it for free. Yes, especially if you're using public resources and you come up with information about anything, about health, about agriculture, that is able to help the public. And Calvary has been doing this, just giving advice, that we have found and determined this through our research, science, technology, innovation system. And we're now advising the public on how to store your grains or what is dangerous in agriculture. That is innovation. It has a business component, it has an entrepreneurial component, or it has an extension component to the public. Now, the other functions are captured there. I will move to 14, which again we have not done, but we are doing for the first time. Annually review the progress in scientific research system and submit a report of its findings and recommendations to the Cabinet Secretary. We have a draft which we'll be sharing with the STI focal persons. Please make an effort to ensure that your topic, not your name, but your topic, your area of competency is captured there, because we are recommending to the government that this is the status of agriculture. This is the status of health systems in the country. These are the gaps, these are the strengths, and therefore we're requesting for the Exchequer or through the policymakers or parliament to put more focus on this particular area. If it's on national security, as I said, there are 3 key aspects, broad aspects. It will be national security, it will be public safety, or it will be it's called what? Inclusive sustainable development. That captures literally all the aspects, but we also don't mind you giving us some more input on that. So that document, already a draft, again, is out there. It will be circulated to you. Take it seriously, because it informs the government. It's like now what Kenya National Bureau of Statistics does, the annual report or statistics on literally everything. That booklet is a very important document. We are now focusing, giving that booklet more meat by focusing just on STI, as other institutions will focus on their area. So those are the functions of NACOSTI. Another very important area which is picking up very, very strongly, and I would urge really the universities and research institutions and even tertiary institutions, we have a lot of opportunities in Kenya's international obligations. Unfortunately, NACOSTI has been placed as the focal point in a number of these obligations. I'm the focal point, or the DG NACOSTI focal point in Biological Weapons Convention, whose headquarters in Geneva. A lot of things are happening there at this particular time. We have a conference or a workshop being sponsored by the BWC Implementation Support Unit in October in Mombasa. Mombasa, I'm actually in Mombasa now, at White Sands Hotel. This was done by invitation, to make awareness on matters of Biological Weapons Convention. And as you know, COVID, nobody knows where it came from, whether it was a natural occurrence, whether it was whichever. So matters of biological are coming very important. And their funding, and Kenya was selected to be the first one. They're funding actually participants, about 3-4 participants from about 17 East African institutions to this. That's how important these things are. We are the focal point to International Center for Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology. And I just want, and I've announced it several times, that most recently we made a competitive bid to research institutions and universities to bid to host a regional research center. And Egerton, I think, was selected by the international team to host the regional research center of the International Center for Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology. This is affiliated to the UN. It will mean it will have top equipment. We'll appraise ourselves that things are happening. Some of these things can also go the wrong way. So we have to keep in touch with this. But it is the first center of ICGEB in Africa. It is the second in the world after China. And again, this is through the works and collaboration through NACOSTI and other agencies. These are opportunities that are there. So when you ask what is the value of us as STI mainstreaming, apart from you mainstreaming it in your MDA, you also have these opportunities which could be of interest, not to all of you maybe, but to some MDAs. We also have AFRA, Affiliated International Atomic Agency. AFRA is sponsoring a good number of programs related to nuclear science and technology in a number of institutions, over 30 programs, which are coordinated through NACOSTI. You might not have felt this, but we are now escalating it to tertiary institutions, to TVET institutions, and to MDAs. We have mostly focused to the University of Nairobi, which, as you know, is our mother of all universities, and they are ahead in nuclear science. And then you have other agencies like the NUPEA, KENRA, but we are now giving an opportunity because some of you might be already working on areas of nuclear science technology, peaceful use of nuclear science and technology. It's very good in agriculture. So there we have over 30 programs there. So we will avail, I'm just checking on time, maybe I have another 10 minutes. So from here, I will try to rush. We are also the focal point of CTBTO, which, as you know, is really a national security issue. And we are trying to bring in the national security agencies. Again, University of Nairobi is undertaking this on our behalf. Currently, we chair the governing board of STECO, and therefore we're able to cut our stakes within the STECO framework. We are also, I think recently I was appointed not only as a fellow of the ISC, but also as a governing board member of the International Science Council. This is the voice of science around the world. So we are laying our stakes. At the moment, we are trying to struggle to have the regional center at Gigiri. It will be probably the only one in Africa. And these, again, are opportunities for all of us who are gathered here. I'm seeing we have about 215 participants, quite high, and we are pleased for that. So these are opportunities when you go back to meet your CEOs or the officer you report to. Please, it's not an ordinary STI mainstreaming, that there are benefits, and it's up to you to mine these benefits. Nobody will really come and say, take it. You know, the food is there. It's up to you to reach out and grab what is available based on your core mandate. So that's just a picture of the team of ICJF that visited Egerton. I think the shortlisted institutions were Egerton, JQuat, and KU. An international team came on the ground, and at the end of it, they selected Egerton for that. These are the opportunities that are there, ladies and gentlemen. Now, just a quick highlights again on the things that you know us for. You know us for accrediting, registering, accrediting research institutions, and of now, there are about 20-something approved, including the KILRIS, the CALROS, the KEMRIS, the Kenya Marine Research and Fisheries Institute, the CIPES, the ILRIS. They're all registered under us. They give us annual report. That is the same kind of report that we have now extended to you, so that we can be able, using the peers, to know your strengths, weaknesses, and assist, or we work together where possible. We also learn from you. So the law is very clear. Any person who establishes, operates a research institute without obtaining a certificate of registration commits an offense, and you can see the fine is 1 million or 2 years imprisonment or both. Please take note of that. And the reason why we regulate that is just to uphold the standard of research in the country and secure public confidence in the national research system. Your lab can be used for other very dangerous mechanisms, so you have to find a way. There are certain labs that we ourselves cannot even go there, but we'll invite our security operators to visit and confirm to us, especially that they're okay, especially in the wake of COVID. Another function that we do and really want to emphasize is licensing research. Yes, licensing research. And again, this sometimes has been misread, and we're coming out strongly now to say that if you read section 12.3, there could be other sections which seem to conflict. But in section 1, section 2, but section 12.1, section 12.2, but read 12.3. That remains standing. Nothing overrides that section 12.3. Any person undertaking or intending to undertake, you plan to undertake research in science and technology in the country, and not only research, or who accesses, handles, or transfers any material or technology, or moves it within the country, or from or into the country, shall apply to the Commission for the grant of license in accordance with the Act. People ask why. There are reasons for that, I think, in the next slide. But you can see I'm also highlight the offense. This has not been activated fully, but I think now we are being asked to really follow up because of this fear of pandemics, to be able to monitor. We're able to say that you can't do this and you can't do that based on the provisions of the law. Again, the offense. And this offense, there's no other overriding clause inside that act. So whether you're in the universities or you're in research institutions, you are accredited, that is fine as a research institution, but whatever you do every day, whatever I do as Oyawa, the researcher, can have very positive impacts on the country or very negative impacts on the country. So it's an offense for any person who accesses, handles, blah, 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 blah. So if you do that without registration, handles or accesses or undertakes research, you commit an offense and shall, in addition to any other penalty provided for in the STI Act, be liable to conviction to a fine not exceeding 5 million. You can see that is higher fine than the other one, which was 2 million, or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 4 years. I didn't mean to scare you of that, but I'm just alerting you of that. And the reason is that it's not just an issue of narcosis. If you look at the slide and how the Act captures the criteria, the reason for evaluating that, and Mr. Kalerwa is the one who does this work, and we do it within 4 days. So there's no time delay. The charges are very minimal. There are charges which were done 10 years ago. They're almost like, it's almost like the process that we undertake costs is more expensive than what you'd expect, you pay for that. Like you might find those in tertiary institutions like, I think the MTCs, every student just pays 100 shillings. You can tell me what does 100 shilling do in modern Kenya. So the purpose is not to collect money, but to do what is necessary, to ensure that what you do does not affect national security, does not affect the lives of Kenyans, public safety, does not affect the culture of our people, does not affect nature, does not affect the environment, and that you as a researcher, you are complying with such ethics. How do you handle the human beings that you deal with? Yes, I'm in the area of civil engineering. I work a lot with cement. Is the cement that I'm using in the laboratory dangerous to what we work on? If I were to do a research on asbestos, yeah, is it allowed? Because asbestos has been banned in the country. So it means if I'm going to do a research on asbestos as a roofing material, then I must get other reassurances from the Kenya Bureau of Standards and so forth. That is the reason why we actually ask you to register, that we can inform you that this one might be dangerous, this might be okay, and so forth. Yeah, yesterday we had one participant asking me, I'm just doing a survey, yeah, just desktop survey. Do you have to get a license? It depends on the outcome or what you want to use for that. If it's for your own consumption and general knowledge, that's okay. But if you're going to advise the country, yeah, if you're going to advise the country, then you need that license. And the example we always give is one of the camps, I think Dada camp, was the government gave a policy direction, a decision that they're closing that camp. Then another entity, an NGO, came and started saying, we want to do a research whether Dadaab should be closed or not. And they applied to us for licensing. Of course, the answer was a no, because we are a government agency, and if that is the direction the country has taken, and all the security apparatus have done investigations and found that that camp should not be there, and you want to research on what the government has already decided on, then that is not in national interest. So we will not approve that kind of research. That is one of our, what is of national interest, what is of national security. So a decision already made at the highest level, it means all due consideration has been done. The other thing we check, is it beneficial to the country? Yes. Does it affect the people? So if you are doing a desktop research to, for example, to profile the various tribes of the country, you want to find how a Luo behaves, you want to find how a Kuria behaves, you want to find how a Kamba behaves, that's a very sensitive research. It has direct bearing on the national cohesion. You have to find what exactly do you want to undertake on that one, so that you don't profile tribe A, B, C. You know those ones, they love this. You know those ones, they eat too much. You know those ones, that is not in the best interest of this country. You might find it's factual, by the way, but at the end of it, is it of national interest? Will it be of benefit to the country, or will it take us backwards? And even the Constitution, there's freedom of expression. But go back and check that Constitution, I don't know which section it is. It will tell you that the freedom of expression is only valid so long as it doesn't affect certain elements, national security, public cohesion, and so forth. That is what we undertake. There's something you have not been doing before, and that is to monitor and follow up what you're doing. We have started this one, I think, in the last financial year. There are about 5 or so multidisciplinary researchers, which we send peers, not narcosis staff, but peers to come and just check, did you do what was necessary? What are the outcomes? Are the outcomes useful? And that's why it is important. Lastly, on the same, as I tried, yeah, it's already maybe 40 minutes, so I need to stop. Lastly, as we're saying, when we monitor these researches, we are also trying to capture the data. Yeah, and it will be in our portal. If you fill in the forms that we sent very recently on the researchers, if you are an institution which is providing a curriculum on postgraduate studies, masters and PhD, we'll be able to have a portal where you're able to see that in the area of biotechnology or the area of chemistry, what is the research being undertaken at Egerton University or at Pwani University, so that you don't have these issues of duplication, plagiarism. So it is in the best interest. I'm sure I would want to know what research or innovation activities are happening in an MDA, yes, or in a state state corporation or a government state department, so that we don't duplicate and instead we synergize. There's a broader perspective. It's not punitive, it's not meant to stop, it's not meant to gag, it's meant to provide that information in the principle of availing information to the public. So I will emphasize on that. Allow me to move very fast and this slide is very important, which I can mention. This was in the newspaper, the Sunday Nation, November 28, 2021. And the question was, how safe is the sukuma wiki you eat? Okay. Our research was done. I think KFS did some work during that time and found globally 1 in 10 people falls ill after consuming contaminated food. And 420,000 people die of food-related illnesses every year. I don't know whether that is worse than COVID. It is some of those things that we never highlight, but this is a researcher that came out. And the reason, the pesticides. It has positives, it has negatives. Positives, it gives you a better product. You can see they're very green. And I know some of the Kenyans nowadays are avoiding when you see a very green kale or sukuma wiki in the supermarket. I see people fear it. They would rather go for the one which looks old and funny. Yeah. So pesticides from a researcher point of view, gives a very good product. But I don't know how they handle it. Is that some of the content, as you feed on this, still are some things which would cause cancer, carcinogenic, and so forth. This, you can Google that Sunday Nation, please. I don't have to emphasize. And this is where research licensing comes, because we'll have a team which will check. You have come up with a very good product at Calvo, but what are the impacts on people? Not Calvo itself doing, not the researcher doing, but another team checking or taking the lab and testing, like KFIS, what they do, and being able to advise the country very clearly that this kind of products is unfit. So already there's a lot of worry in the kind of maize flour in the supermarkets. You're being told from this company or from this company, but that is almost like fake news. It's neither here nor there. We would want to have that information, and that's why we say the kind of work you and ourselves do is very important to this country. So with that now, I just want to move a little bit faster. Maybe something which is for your thought, which is emerging issue. I said this about emerging issues. A good number of you are aware that the world is now entering the 5th industrial revolution, transiting from 4th industrial revolution. South Africa done very well in the 4th industrial revolution. It was actually a blueprint which was signed by their president. They took it up very seriously. And this was about the digital revolution, where drones and so forth were used. We are now under the 5th, and as I might have mentioned in the past, where the mind will meet the machine. You might find your brain is connected to some gadgets. And already you can Google this. They are printing body parts. The ear seems to be very easy. You can see the printed ear. It is done by a printer, not the printer which prints on paper, but the same kind of technique. You put a material, an ink, which seems to be a tissue, and it can print your ear. It can print your nose. It can print your eye. So far, I think they have gone up to the level of the ear and the bladder, but maybe in the next 5 to 10 years, they'll be printing even your entire heart. The question, what are the ethics in this? Yeah. So we might not have maybe the tools to do that detailed research, but you need to appraise ourselves on what is happening in the world. So that when I'm sick and I go to India, I might come back with all my body parts are really different things. You might not know whether that is gadgets have been put in my body to collapse after 1 year. It might be a security issue. It might be a working telecommunication gadget. So this, I actually throw it to all of us. We have no answer, but please be alert on this, especially the security agencies that are working on this. We need to have a blueprint on this one. It's a high-level national just received a phone here. Yes, so I'm GP. I'm finishing just a few slides. So take a note of the 5th industrial revolution. I'll go straight to the maybe just one highlight. Yes. Yeah, there's an element of discussion which is also coming out. When you do your research or innovation, you're allowed to just freely publish it or take it out there, or are there some issues of national interest that needs to be captured by your intellectual property management office? Indeed, there is, and you can see in the Act also empowers NACOSTI to institute such action in respect of the patent as it may find appropriate for the security of the country. You might discover something which affects the national security of the country positively or negatively. I think that needs to go to those relevant agencies. We can also acquire, we have not done so far, acquire from any person the right in or to any scientific innovation an invention or patent of strategic importance. So, as I said, there's a lot of information there. We might engage on details in this in the future, but with that now, allow me just to go to, I think, the conclusion. There's a lot in this slide. I think I always have them like that, which we just want to say. Yes, give me one just second. I think this slide was also supposed to just indicate lessons learned in our previous online training in the last financial year. We had similar trainings online due to requests by stakeholders. And you can see this training done 13th to 17th. This is the feedback that we got from you. So there's also a feedback we expect from you. At the end of the day, they'll send you something to fill. Please do it sincerely. Where we are weak, let us know we are weak. We need to improve on this. Whether we need to continue this online or we need to go in person, please come out strongly, because that determines the resources that we're able to allocate on this. The only thing, if you go in person, then you have to meet the cost half-half. At least you have to break even. But this overall rating in that training, that when you ask what is the overall rating of the training, I think you can look, because the program calculates automatically. There are 27% which said excellent, 52% that said very good, 20%. So largely almost 99% were saying either excellent, very good, or good. Then we asked the overall rating of the trainers. We brought in peer reviewers from the sector, from the entire sector, health sector, universities, and so forth. And again, we are seeing almost similar one, almost 90-something%, which was either good, excellent, or very good. And then we had a request, I think, for in-person. So we undertook in person, where the agencies actually paid for, I think, the DSA of the participants, and also to assist us to pay for the facilities at Lake Naivasha. It wasn't sufficient, so I think we'll escalate it a little bit this time. Not as much as the normal training institutions, because we are not after money. So you might maybe just charge 35,000 per person for 3 days, which is just to break even, 3 or 4 days. And what was the overall rating in the in-person trainings that we undertook? Again, the same. We had a good percent which said excellent, and very good was very large percent, then good. But then we had at least one person who said poor. We had about 3 persons who said fair, and we took that and tried to find out on the poor. So we take it in good faith, because we are also in learning process. So overall rating almost similar. Yes, so again, this will be available to you. The lessons learned here was widespread interest among stakeholders following demand-driven online and in-person trainings. We would want you to tell us whether we need in-person. And based on interest, we also brought in and benchmarked with UNESCO on what we are called STI certification process. This is not... hello? Can I just call you in a minute? Just to finish some presentation. Yeah, yes. Yes, so in-person trainings, there's interest. So again, we want your feedback in this training. Also, the lessons we learned, that you as key stakeholders, you're asking for more collaborative engagement so that we don't continue working in silo system. You requested for a digitized tool. So far, we have just converted from MS Word, the tool, to Excel. But the next thing our team is working on is in a way that we're able to feed in directly into the document. The document might look to have a lot of information, but all that information that we're requesting for on that document is directly linked to STI indicators. So please give us the information that you have. There are certain areas which might not apply to your agency, just indicate not applicable. But that information is relevant, and you'll see its benefits very soon, because it will directly lead to Kenya's increased global rankings, or even when we talk of universities, we'll be able to avail that data to the international institutions that rank universities or rank research institutions. At the moment in the global ranking, and you can Google on research and innovation, Cambridge is doing very well. Yeah, Cambridge and I think ILRI are doing very well, as compared to the other institutions in Africa, especially South Africa. So we need every single bit of that information. It's not for storing. Is for escalating the Kenyan institution into the global arena, into the regional arena. Then STI focal points and champions have a major role to play. Please assist us on that. These are some of the modules. Benchmark with UNESCO. I'm sure if you get the certification at the end, because they come in modules, maybe 1 week. So those will be maybe about 8 weeks or so, because we are trying to bring UNESCO in and other agencies so that it will be a certification which has value and just meeting. As you can see, there's a lot to do. So very quickly, I will go to, yes, that slide also is very important. we have actually captured on our proposed STI priority areas. It's a 12-point, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I won't read on them. That's why you'll find mostly each one of you is there. There's something on STI education, talent development. There's something on research and development, and also financing. The institutions here, which like the National Treasury, yeah, they might not do direct research, the kind of way, but they are involved in financing R&D. So by that virtue, they are a key component of the STI ecosystem. Then there's health and security and substance abuse, like NACADA. There's food security, part of Big Four agenda. There's fifth industrial revolution. Please take note, there is STI for national security, public safety, and emergency response. There's strategic multi-agency, just bringing all the agencies together to have a whole government approach and come up with a product that helps the country. So with that, I think the tables, as you can see, the team of GP will talk about, but allow me just go to the conclusion where we are saying, yes, science and technology, STI are key drivers of economic and social development, as well as national security and public safety. Hence, urgent need for STI mainstreaming. The pandemic has reaffirmed the vital role of STI as a global public good. NACOSTI seeks to partner with the entire STI sector. And of course, not only NACOSTI, NRF, and Kenya, we seek, as the three co-agencies, we seek to partner with you. And then the STI focal point and champions have a major role to play. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for sparing your time. I've seen the numbers have remained constant, even is increasing from 232 to 233. Despite the pressure, I think I have 5 to 6 minutes just to get to hear from you the urgent comments, queries, clarifications, and anything else in the next 5 minutes. But more of the other questions will be answered by our team. So please, back to you, GP.
Thank you very much, DG. For the participants, if you have any quick reaction, of course, we shall have a plenary session. You raise your hand, and then our team will be able to allow you to ask the question. Any reaction from the participants?
Yes, there's Robert. Robert has Nganga's raised his hand.
He has been allowed.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And thank you for the presentation from Professor. This is quite good. Mine is a comment concerning the mainstreaming of STI in our institutions. I like the effort by NACOSTI to ensure that individuals and institutions have been sensitized about STI and how they can be able to mainstream the same in their systems. And with this effort, I know it will not, because I've seen some targets in our PC that people just do them for purposes of compliance. But I like the effort by NACOSTI, because at this rate, it is going to be, people are being sensitized and they are going to learn about it. And therefore, people will deliberately inculcate the spirit of STI mainstreaming in our institutions. And therefore, at the end of the day, it will now come to pass that institutions will be living as far as STI's expectations are concerned. Therefore, mine is to encourage NACOSTI to handle us with, initially with a lot of care, just like they are doing. And ultimately, we are going to live up to what is expected of them. Mine is just a comment to say thank you. And we hope to continue collaborating with NACOSTI to ensure that the targets are realized as achieved. Thank you so much, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much, Robert. It's not so often that you get commendation, but we accept it. We will try to help the STI focal persons to assist you for your institution or the head of the institution to give special emphasis or even allocate resources for STI matters. As I said, it's not only research, there's innovation, there's training, capacity building, even just asking them to put aside. As we say, in that 2%, if the institution invests, even including this training, if the institution has invested in you to spend money on you to go at training which is related to STI, that is part of that 2%. So it's very easy to meet that target of 2%. Yeah. Next, JP.
Next, there was John Sagwata.
Somebody also could be checking on the charts if there is some quick. The ones that your team can answer, I think you can answer after I've left. But the ones which you think I might comment on, somebody could be reading them.
Okay.
I think Cyrus is there, if I'm not wrong. Cyrus
yes,
and Margaret and the others, they could be, and even Javan, they could be reading some of the ones which you think I could say something.
There was one on from Brian Makawa, and the comment was that the cost of skills upgrade is so high. Do you have any comment on that?
Come again?
Skills upgrade, the cost of taking people back to school to upgrade their skills is so high in the country. I don't know how we, as NACOSTI, we can handle that.
Yeah. Maybe that's it's true. I think it's an observation, and those are some of the things that needs to come to NACOSTI. I think we record that because we need to negotiate with those who are doing those skills upgrade. We need, and it's one of the data that we need to capture in our annual report. Maybe sector-based, that you go to agriculture sector, there's cost of skills upgrade. Of course, there are certain areas, technology-based areas, which are very expensive by their nature. Like if you're going to train on security matters, you find their nature. But it's a topic for discussion. I think that's NACOSTI cannot solve it. But GP record that some of the things that we need to engage in, like we are having the multi-sectoral conference, the second multi-sectoral conference in, and again, this is for all of you in around November, I think when things stabilize, STI multi-sectoral conference and exhibition, stroke science week. Well, we'll have everybody, we'll have people speaking to participants from primary school, high school, universities, TVET, and I'm really keen on the TVET display. I've seen they have done quite a lot. Universities have done research very perfectly, and research institutions. TVET has gone ahead to upscale a number of these to innovations that are visible. And this is the era of innovations, so we encourage that. But that's an important point we record. The cost of skills upgrade is expensive. We need to have a survey on that just to document, find whether it's benchmark or it's just too high in the country. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Yes. My name is John Sagwata, in charge of Research, Innovation, and Technology Transfer at Machakos University. Professor, thank you for that presentation. It was detailed, and I'm sure we'll be able to benefit a lot when the slides are shared. My question is on whether there is a schedule of trainings that NACOSTI intends to provide to the focal points and to the champions for purposes of ensuring that we are properly in the research, innovation, and technology transfer ecosystem, so that when we come to our institutions, everybody is on board. If that can be shared, so that then when we organize for our annual activities, we are able to sieve out on what is relevant to us, so that then we can plan for them, knowing the timelines and the various activities that obtain in our various institutions. But thank you so very much. We appreciate the effort that NACOSTI is putting in for purposes of leveraging on science, technology, and innovation within the national framework, so that we can move to the next level, just like other countries from across the globe. Thank you very much, Prof.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jones. I think you have engaged in the past during the annual conference of Machakos University. Your name, Agwata, I hope it means the same thing that I'm thinking of. I don't know from which region you come from. Where I come from, it means a calabash.
It means the same thing. I come from Nyamira County.
Yeah, we want Nyamira. It means a calabash. Anyway, I think thanks for that. We would really, one of the reasons we are coming with the STI professional certification, those 8 modules. Actually, we were thinking of the focal points as the ones who really need to take up this. Then the others, the champions, or even just researchers who feel like they want, because it's not that we're bringing anything new. You'll find that the modules capture the emerging issues in the sector. And science, just like ICT, changes every week. So the difference between that program and a standard university curriculum is that it will not be cast in stone. You'll find a group has come this month, and the next group in the following year, we are talking of, this week we are talking about the fourth industrial revolution. The group that comes the next month, we are talking about the fifth industrial revolution, another group. So it is meant to be very dynamic to keep our team abreast. So GP, we need now to give a schedule. Once you have a smooth takeoff in the STI mainstreaming target for the MDAs, that's why we are doing this. Once all of you have a smooth takeoff and you choose which of the paths, whether you are the group that is going to do strategy or the group that is going to implement strategy, then I think we will send a schedule for that. And help us, because you can see your key decision makers, your VCs, your CEOs, your MDs, your DGs are not part of this training. So it is you who will actually inform them the relevance of that training. Otherwise, they say, no, those are just the normal trainings. I mean, what is new? Yeah, they are not part of this training. It's for you now to tell them what the relevance, the value that you get, not only of the training, but in engaging this STI mainstream. But thank you very much, John. So one more, I think there's a pressure, they're calling me out. So one more, GP, if there is, but the rest you can handle. If there's one more.
Yes, maybe the last one should be Dr. John Aisi, and for the rest we can handle them during the plenary or after you have left. Yes. Dr. Aisi, karibu.
Yes, thank you. I would like also to thank the CEO for the informative presentation. My request is this: are we going to share, for example, the feedback we have been given in NACOSTI as institutions? Are we going to share this in a summarized way from NACOSTI after analyzing at the end of the main financial year? And number two, is there any means of restarting the STI week that NACOSTI used to hold annually previously? Thank you.
So the first one you're asking about the information we have here, or?
Yes, the ones the information we have been giving to NACOSTI now as STI institutions. Mm-hmm. Shall we share the summary after you have analyzed it?
Yes, the GP, you can handle that. We can share. The information is a lot. As he's saying, I think we need a summarized one. So yes. I think that can be done. GP, is that okay?
Yes, it will be done. After we collect and analyze, we should be able to share the summary.
Thank you.
Or like now, after when you have given your comments, so just like the way you are giving there, we always because by the time you do that evaluation, and I hope it can be shared immediately after the meeting, it calculates automatically to see the interest, and you can also add. There's a provision for your own personal comment. There's always room for improvement. And number two, the Science Week, we're introducing it in a big way, and introducing it in the form of a multi-sectoral conference and exhibition stroke Science Week. It's going to be, we call it like a 3 or 4 dimensional, where you have the typical, last year we did it, but we invited only the CEOs and chairman of councils in Naivasha, and the turnout was very, very high. It was our first one. There was a lot of interest, and that's the time when the COVID, there was even a circular that we should not be meeting in person, and we told agencies or CEOs not to come, but they still came. They said, we are taking the risk, we will put on the mask. So the turnout was very high in Naivasha and a good number online. So now it's going to be for everybody, where you're going to have, one is the normal conference. Within the same week, there'll be maybe 2 days where there is public engagement in the press, where you invite people to engage with the public, renowned people in the science sector, people in the decision-making sector, just to engage in the normal morning tea like you have in the television. Then you're going to have a conference which has keynote speakers, mostly from within the country, and people like yourself and myself submitting papers for that. Then you have now the exhibitions ongoing throughout the week. Like I've been at this Commission for University Education, I was the deputy CEO there, and we used to have the annual exhibition, which for some reason went down. So this time we want to bring in the universities that have something to exhibit, the MDAs that have something to exhibit. But I think our showstopper, I don't know why I keep on saying this, should be the TVETA, because the simple products out there, it's more like the M-Pesa. They look simple, but are very impacting. Is how do you make agricultural implements cheaper to use and innovative? So it's going to be like a 4-dimensional. The normal conference is inside there, exhibitions are inside there. The Science Week which is for now to encourage youngsters to take up science, technology, to encourage gender inclusivity will be there. So when we write and we want to write to institutions, not all, because there are very many, so we might want maybe some 10 of you to represent the STI focal points in that committee that will do that. So again, when we call on you, please assist us on that. Yeah, GP is, I hope there's no other burning one.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just wanted to add before you leave, maybe for the benefit of Dr. Isis, that we are in the process of summarizing the reports which have been received. And in a summary way, we should be able, as we prepare the report for the CS, the status of STI in the country. The data received is feeding into the status report of STI. Therefore, it's just a matter of time, but the information will be shared with all the institutions. Thank you, DJ.
I think that the summary report should not have the names of the institutions. It should be more general.
Yes.
So that you don't say this institution performed very, very badly in this.
Thank you, DJ.
We don't want to go political. But thank you very much to all of you. I'll be on and off, but it has been a pleasure to engage with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, DJ. I think for the sake of time, let's move to the next presentation. I invite Mr. Javan Mwiti to present on the rationale and overview of the STI mainstreaming indicator.
How do you do that? Sorry, where is video? Oh, okay. I've seen it, but it's already cancelled. The video is okay? Yeah. Okay. Sorry? Okay. Thank you. Sorry for that small delay. As you know, technology sometimes has challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, I take this opportunity once again to invite you for this second part of presentation. My name, as it has been indicated, is Javan Mwiti. I'm a resource person and a panelist in this presentation. And basically, the idea is for us to look at this indicator from a point whereby we are able to look at the time we started implementing from last year and capturing the emerging issues that have been reflected in these 19 cycle guidelines, that is 2022-2023. So sorry, it can't move. Oh, yes. So basically, the point here is that as MDAs, we want to share the experience. We have already implemented this indicator for 1 year. And ideally, as we continue with the implementation, we need to ask ourselves, basically, in terms of the experiences, the dynamics that we've been able to encounter in terms of implementing this indicator, so that we have a smooth implementation for the year 2022-2023, and of course, inputting the lessons that have been captured within the period under review, that is the period of 2021-2022 implementation cycle. And basically also be looking at the indicator in terms of the commitment for this year. But basically, we know, of course, we could be having new persons who have been appointed either as focal person or probably in champions who are joining us for the first time, or even PC coordinators who are joining us for this period of time. We find that it will be very important for us to fully understand the scope adequately and sufficiently of what is expected for us in the year 2022-2023. So basically, the indicator is under NACOST is as a specialized agency. And this indicator, again, as I've said, the requirement of the indicator clearly stated in the 19th cycle, That is the performance contracting guidelines for 2022-2023 that indicate fully what needs to be done. But a bit of background information for them that are joining us for the first time. Of course, I'll take you back the journey on how, on the process of performance contracting. And most of us, or most of you have been in this process will agree with me that since 2003, the government has used performance contracting as a key for, as a tool for accountability in order to improve service delivery in public service. You remember, basically, performance contracting was part and parcel of the tools of result-based management that were introduced basically to ensure that we infuse efficiency and effectiveness in delivery of public service. And of course, PC is just part of the broader part of the reforms that were meant to achieve that to achieve that mission and purpose. Of course, the role of STI, I think the role has clearly been emphasized by the Director General, Professor Yawa. He has taken us through the important reasons as to why science, technology, and innovation is critical. But basically, taking you back a bit, in the 10th edition of performance contracting guidelines, currently we are in 19th cycle. So in 10th cycle, that was in 2013, 2014, this indicator was there. We were implementing in our performance contracting in our various pieces, in our respective MDAs, but by that time it was captured as a research and development. And if you remember very well, it used to be under commandate, of course, but it was one of the indicator and the sector performance indicators that we used to choose. But the scope at that particular time was restricted purely on the area of research and development. And if you remember very well, this was also we are allocating a maximum of 2% of the entire budget in support of research and development within our commandate. That was experienced by then, but the indicator didn't feature in subsequent PC guidelines. As we moved forward, the indicator within the performance contracting infrastructure was left out, and we remained still directly implementing R&D. But of course, this was now left on case by case or for specific MDAs. So basically, there was that lapse. But in terms of the year 2017-2018, there was a recommendation of reintroduction of this indicator. Remember, the sector performance indicators were lastly revised in 2009-2010. And they were implemented up to around 2013. And in fact, I think that's one of the reasons why probably we didn't find this indicator in form of R&D continuously in our performance contract, in our various commitments in relation to performance contracting. But of course, when you look again, if you remember very well, it was, I think, around 2018, 2019, there was that circular that was released by the end of public service that all MDAs need to align their various strategic plans with basically the Big Four agenda. Of course, the assumption is that we are already aligned with Vision 2030. So it was basically to ensure that there is that alignment with Big Four agenda and of course MTP3. And within the same period, of course, we started the review for MTP3 where we have the MTP4. So basically out of those, and if you look at those document, whether the MTP3 and also the Big Four agenda, basically science, technology, and innovation has been given a lot of emphasis. And the push, of course, there was that government push to ensure that matter, science, technology, and innovation are properly captured within the main tools of result-based management that the government is using to attain various aspirations for the country. So in the year 2021-2022, the Ministry of Public Service and Gender accepted the request, and STI Mainstreaming as an indicator, of course, and ANACOSTA as a specialized agency was incorporated in the performance contracting guidelines for 18th cycle. And this, of course, shows the importance that science, technology, and innovation plays. Most of you who harmonize your strategic plans will bear witness that as you are harmonizing with the Big Four agenda, the issue of science, technology, and innovation was critical. In fact, the communication was very clear that we need to align and ensure that the main 4 areas within the Big Four, they are clearly captured. And again, if you come across, of course, we're expecting probably by the end of this year that the MTP4 will be, the government will be through with development of the MTP4. In it is very clear that science, technology, and innovation has been given very, it has a lot of weight. It has been indicated as such. And again, the issue of the 2%. In fact, there's a whole emphasis. There's so much emphasis on allocation of 2% to support science, technology, and innovation, or research and development, research, science, technology, and innovation within our respective institutions. So that shows the importance. What is the role? The role of NACOST as a specialized agency in this indicator. The role is simple as any other indicator that is under specialized agency. And I know you're implementing others, like, for example, drug and substance abuse, HIV/AIDS, you have road safety, and the rest that are purely under specialized agencies, is to ensure that they develop relevant performance indicators and sub-indicators for implementation by the MDAs, receive, analyze, and provide feedback on the relevant performance indicator. Once you submit your reports, they're supposed to be received, analyzed, and of course, you're given feedback, provide technical support for implementation. This is, of course, through like we are doing today, sensitization and capacity building. Assess the annual performance for MDA as it happened last year for the year 2021-2022. Your performance on this indicator was assessed and communication given. And that communication is in the website. The score, basically, we are talking about the score, but it goes beyond that also. And of course, capturing the gaps that probably may have emerged and that probably did not, if you didn't score, let's say 100%, for example, the reasons and the gaps that could have contributed to that. And of course, submit to performance contracting unit a complete report for the performance of MDAs in terms of the score. And this has already been done. That communication has been done so that the performance can easily be reflected. This is, of course, after the fourth quarter. Why invest in STI? I think this has been clearly captured by Director General NACOST, the importance and the reasons. But maybe let me just turn that Vision 2030 and its medium-term plans. We are currently in medium-term 4. Basically emphasizes the matters of research, science, technology, and innovation. And I know you have come across most of us of MDAs who are now in the process of either reviewing, either you're doing the end-term review for SPs for your strategic plans, or probably you are developing new the harmonization of what you do within your mandate. And of course, capturing the aspirations of both Vision 2030, the Big 4 agenda, and MTP for 4, sorry. Of course, we are still with 3 because the Esta has not, the MTP4 has not been fully completed. But ideally, those aspirations, they're supposed to be harmonized within our working tools, either the strategic plans and other working tools, whether it is the master plans that we're developing, the strategic plans, etc. And the importance of this, I think, has been emphasized, why that is very, very critical, so that we have a common approach in matters research, science, technology, and innovation. Basically, when we talk of STI, and we look at basically the objectives and the mandate of MDAs, you realize that as indicated in 18th cycle, and of course, the same reflected in 19th cycle, this indicator is purely under your common date. Meaning that as you do the budgeting, as you do the entire budgeting, as you set the plan for the MDA or for the institution within, let's say, for the year 2022-2023, then you are supposed to factor in and support the same in terms of budgetary support of the activities that you put under common date. And under common date, again, basically, we look at it from the matrix, from the performance contracting matrix, you realize that the common date will either fall under either Vision 2030, it will be under MTP, under the Big 4 agenda. It will either capture the aspirations of MTP3 or basically other, that means it's within the mandate of the organization. Basically, that is the emphasis. And there, within the common date, we have science, technology, and innovation with a weight of 2 out of 60 that is allocated for it. The role of science, technology, and innovation, I think this role has clearly been articulated. I won't dwell so much on it. The foundations are still the same on the row. I've talked about Vision 2030. I've talked about MTP3. We have talked about why the R&D, the allocation of R&D, the 2%. Of course, from a global, it should be 2% of the GDP. But when it comes to the MDA, it should be total percent of the overall budget, approved budget, that we should dedicate specifically for matters research, science, technology, and innovation. And this is very critical because in terms of ensuring that you're able to keep the focus and of course harmonize and capture the aspirations of these documents I'm talking about, or these the various guiding documents, then it is very, very important to ensure that as we implement our strategic plans, as we develop later, because it's one of the commitment to develop your science, technology, and innovation strategy, then of course you capture the aspirations to ensure that you're able to move with the direction that the country has taken, and there is a proper harmonization that take place. When you talk of relevance, and this has been captured well when we're answering the question of why science, technology, and innovation, basically, if you look at the entire planning process of an MDA, in terms of real planning, when you talk of your strategic plans, the implementation matrix of the same, the annual plans that you develop to support the annual implementation of ESP, for example, your science and your STI strategy, and other planning documentation that you have as an organization, then science, technology, and innovation plays a critical role. And this has been emphasized. Continuation of relevance, and this has been also captured by Director General Nacost. STI basically is, if you look at, it's enabler number 2 under Vision 2030. If you look at the entire Vision 2030, research, science, technology, and innovation is a key enabler. It then find as such. It's also a key enabler under public sector reforms, where resource-based management is anchored. It's a key tool of national development. When you get this resource, then you support. They help you harmonize. They help you as you do either the end-term review, or probably as you do mid-term review, as you do your end-term review for your SPs, then you are able to fully anchor in those documents within the expectations of this documentation. They support you and helps you develop that. If you quickly look at the matrix for 2022-2023, as I said, under core mandate, we have science, technology, and innovation. And this is why I said earlier that if you look at the core mandate, the guidelines require that the MDA, these are MDA priority programs, projects. And if you look at it, it is categorized either under the big 4 agenda or initiatives, Vision 2030. It could also be supporting, as the Director General talks much about COVID-19 recovery strategies and where and how science, technology, and innovation is involved in that, or is part of that. And of course, we have also other programs. Other programs basically is where we identify programs based purely with your mandate. And of course, alignment to SDGs, that's another area. And of course, Agenda 2063 and SPS, that is sector performance indicators. This is basically a clear show, or this tells you that under core mandate, science, technology, and innovation is playing a very critical role, and that's where it has been included. So we need to mainstream, we need to ensure that happens. And if you look at the entire core mandate, of course, the guidelines again specifically direct that the MDA needs to ensure that whatever you put under core mandate, then also you budget for it accordingly, so that you have budgetary support to ensure that this happens. So the guidelines require that we need to have focal persons and champions, and this is directly from the guidelines that MDAs are required to appoint or reappoint STI focal person and champions and ensure that the same are trained. So of course we are doing training today. This is part of training to empower both the champions and the focal person or persons to ensure that they are able to understand what is expected in terms of implementing this indicator. Of course, when you say appoint, you realize that internally as an organization, you have a clear procedure because you're not only appointing, only for STI. We believe that in terms of proper and effective management of other cross-cutting indicators, which are under specialized agencies, they're either steering committees, or there is a mode of implementation, and persons appointed in such always have a period, have a lifetime. Probably internally it could be 1 year or 2 years, whatever you have. So basically, to appoint means if you have already appointed, you need to attach that letter, or if there is a need to reappoint, then you do so. So you are guided purely based with the internal dynamics, and of course observing your SOPs that are already established in terms of these steering committees, or these, because you have also been appointing focal persons and champions, I know elsewhere, to do with other matters. So basically, if still the letter is relevant, then you need to submit that as part of evidence, and this will be captured when we'll be doing reporting, when we'll be taken through the reporting tool or template to be able to understand basically the kind of documentary evidence that you need to attach. So looking at the roles very fast of focal person, most of you attended last year trainings. I know you're already aware, but all these, the roles of focal person and champions have also been uploaded. They're already on the COST website. You can go to the website and you'll find the attachment there that indicates clearly what needs to be done. But basically, it's an overall coordinator. You provide necessary support. You plan and ensure sensitization and capacity building across the institution so that this indicator is effectively implemented. You coordinate development, establishment, and monitoring and evaluation. Promote collaboration and partnership, promote STI, ensure both quarterly and annual PC report on STI mainstreaming are submitted as per the guidelines. You realize already, and this is an advice from experience, your institutions already have a clear infrastructure, a very established way on how to manage other cross-cutting indicators for other specialized agencies. So probably if that infrastructure is there, you strengthen it, but these are your roles. You may not necessarily have to reinvent a wheel, but support what is happening, either through the offices of performance contracting coordinators, or basically whatever you have established as an institution. But ideally, these are the roles. You work hand in hand with others who are probably reporting on other indicators, but it is your responsibility to ensure that this indicator is smoothly implemented. And of course, you liaise with others, if it's in terms of reporting, to ensure that either if you are the one who is supposed to report, or probably is through the performance contracting coordinator, whatever the arrangement that it is, ensure that the indicator is implemented and is thoroughly understood within the entire organization. The individual for such a position should be either in top or middle level management and be conversant with dealing or overseeing implementation of issues of research, science, technology, and innovation in their respective areas. So basically, someone who understands why it is important to be in either top or middle is to ensure that, of course, you are part of decision making, you're able to convince management. Remember, at a particular point, there'll be allocation of resources to support the implementation. So basically, you need to be someone who is in a level of decision making to ensure that there is smooth cascading and implementation of this indicator. Sometimes the appointment of such persons does not necessarily even have to be in the offices or offices that are currently dealing with research. For example, if it's a university, the idea is that you should be conversant with us because you are highly coordinating, you are basically coordinating. But in most cases, also we find most of organizations will appoint a focal person from a department that currently, if there are some MDAs that are very structured research department, for example, universities, research institutions, and such. And we find focal persons to be appointed from such, which is very okay. Others that does not have very pronounced department on this, then of course you look at the requirement, appoints someone who is able to now coordinate that and who is able to ensure that this indicator is implemented. The role of champions, we also talked about champions. In summary, champions, of course, working hard to strengthen or to help the focal person in terms of implementation of this indicator. They do it on day-to-day in their respective areas, whether department, whether sections, whichever. They ensure that this is done and done well, effectively, in terms of ensuring that the indicator is fully implemented. They facilitate in cascading preparing and forwarding of quarterly report on implementation of implementation to the focal person, providing timely information required in evaluation and implementation. They play a very critical role. Like, for example, after fourth quarter, of course, there will be evaluation. There is that need to ensure that you observe submission of reports. Of course, the guidelines are very clear, and you're supposed to, those timelines are very clear, and you need to observe the timelines. And this again, probably you don't need us again to reinvent a wheel. You may realize already you have a coordinated way approach as an MDA, or now you have been doing it either through the performance contracting coordinator or performance contracting office or the planning office, whichever the mechanism. So you can decide to use that, or probably through the focal person submit. So it depends with each of the organization. Of critical and importance is to ensure that you observe timelines. Ensure that timelines are observed and you're able to do what needs to be done as per the guidelines. So basically that it is. You undertake continuous monitoring and evaluation. This again already, I'm sure as an MDA, you have a very clear established mechanism on how to do monitoring and evaluation. You can borrow from that, or if it isn't there, probably you can strengthen what is there, or you can decide to have a new one. And then of course, promote STI commitment activities, provide necessary support, etc. Who are the persons? Again, as I said, this is not a new requirement, because as MDAs, we have always been appointing champions and all that. What we need are people who are able to influence others, people who are able to make others understand what is needed, and of course, make it smooth and better for implementation. So basically, you should be passionate, committed, as it has always been, to ensure that the indicator is implemented. Quickly, the scope of implementation, and this is again clearly captured. If you look at the guidelines, or look at what NACOST has uploaded in the website, it is very clear. It will capture research institutions, such as universities, university colleges, and their regulating agencies, technical and vocational education training, that is TVET. And of course, yes, the scope is clearly indicated. In fact, even the list of who's supposed to be part of the indicator is also shared in the website. So please look at that so that you can be able to comply. And again, I may wish also to bring to your attention that when you're negotiating and your contract was being vetted, the ministries were making it very clear who should be in this indicator, who should not, because the matrix is very clear. If you look at the matrix, the two types of matrix that you're having in the performance contracting matrix in the guidelines, they are very clear, either commercial and commercial, and in those matrix, they have clearly and intentionally indicated who should be having science, technology, and innovation as an indicator. So that is already captured for, and I know you have already negotiated and your contract are vetted, so you already know the position. As I said, the list is already uploaded. So quickly, let's look at what is expected for the year 2022-2023. You are supposed to either develop or implement the institutional STI Mainstreaming strategy using the provided templates. It's already in our NACOST website. Number two, you're supposed to develop and implement an annual work plan for institutional STI mainstreaming. Basically, what we are saying is that most of the institutions we started implementing last year. So there are many MDAs who are still in formative stage of having drafts, so they are still developing. We have some that have already implemented. Implemented simply means the STI strategy has been internally approved, and out of that now, that's where we expect you to develop a work plan that shows clearly, because it could be a 5-year plan, it could be a 3-year plan, and as it is with other plans, starting from strategic plans and the rest, there is always an implementation matrix that shows that what will be done on annual basis. So that's where you're developing a work plan, saying and stating very clearly what will happen in first year, second year, third year, depending with your schedule, depending with the timelines for the document. So basically, again, this annual work plan, the template for the same will be shared. The template will be shared in the website so that you are able to be guided to develop in a more effective way the kind of work plan that is anticipated. Of course, it's purely planning the task, indicating the timelines, who is responsible, the budgetary allocation, when each of the tasks happens by specifying the timelines. So that it is. And the last one, which is very critical, is you submit quarterly and annual reports to NACOST. Of course, this is a requirement for all indicators under specialized agency and even for the PC itself. Please note very well that if you have late submission, the consequences are that you lose the score. Around, I think, is 0.002 or something. You lose something. You lose out of the overall score. So the requirement is here is that please comply, submit on timelines as you've been submitting. Let's avoid late submissions because you'll always be losing. Basically, in summary, as I summarize, basically is to bring to your attention the integration of science, technology, and innovation, basically based with your various processes that you undertake as an MDA. If you look at the entire processes, planning processes for that matter, then of course we need to integrate science, technology, and innovation. And whether it's your strategic plan, you need to harmonize it accordingly. Of course, you have STI strategy that you're developing, your master plans, that of course are actualized through the strategic plans and the annual work plans, the corporate work plan. We need to ensure that we mainstream. And I talked as earlier, I indicated that the harmonization should capture the aspirations of Vision 2030, the Big Four agenda, the MTP3, and now the MTP4 that is coming to ensure that, because all of them, they are all about, they have emphasized strictly and in every way the importance of incorporating science, technology, and innovation. For example, when you are doing your midterm review, when you're doing both the midterm review and the end-term review is about monitoring and evaluation, continuous monitoring and evaluation. But the end-term review is about the impact. What is the impact of implementing, for example, if it's STI strategy, the strategies that you put in place, what was the impact? So be able to analyze that. And again, you have a very good report. So basically, when you look at the entire process of performance contracting and you look at what you do as an MDA in other processes, then matter science, technology, and innovation needs to be integrated. Monitoring and evaluation, I just repeat and say, please use what is already existing. This indicator just came when already you're implementing other cross-cutting indicators. Use what works for you, but ensure that you comply with timelines. Reporting templates, as I said, is already developed and it's already in the website. And all other documents, the guidelines, if you have looked at guidelines, they say that NACOST to provide other supportive documents for you to be able to implement smoothly this indicator. That has been done and it's already there. Briefly, some of the challenges that you may have encountered last year or probably may encounter in implementation of this indicator, as with other indicators within our PC, is of course low budgetary allocation and actualization of 2%. We said the beauty with this is that this year we may not have a lot of challenge in this dimension because the planning process of our institutional budget and setting up and development of our PCs happened simultaneously. In fact, the approvals from the ministries took place when we were doing our negotiation. So I'm sure this time around, please consult your finance department. This time around, there is that harmonization, but basically it has been a challenge. If you have a budgetary, if within your budget you have not been able to allocate directly the 2%, then look at the spending other areas. We look at, for example, at equipment that you bought to support research and science, technology, and innovation, student projects, like, for example, universities, money allocated for that ETC. So basically that it is poor and unsteady funding. In most cases, this has been a challenge, but again, you become creative. If you look at your PCs on your A&A appropriation in need, then whatever you are generating there, then the expectation is that you'll be able to allocate part of it based with what you are getting from government, the capitation, to support that. Inadequate infrastructure is also something else that has been touching us. Ladies and gentlemen, in summary, we'll be sharing this presentation, but basically in summary, that is the background information, the overview for this indicator that we're implementing for the second year since last year, 2021-2022 and 2022-2023. Thank you so much. Thank you for your attention and listening to me. In case you have one or two questions, I can respond to. Thank you. Or any comment.
Thank you very much.
Please use the chat. I want to encourage you to use the chat. It will be easier to respond to them that way so that we can redeem time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bwana Mwiki. There are a few hands raised. And Okay, David Sang, can you answer your question? Can you ask your question?
Yes, thank you. I've seen one, a quick one from Joseph Kimeo. Does NACOST score MDAs on performance or it's work of performance contracting and monitoring unit? Yes, it's not only NACOST, but Joseph, all cross-cutting indicators that fall under specialized agency. And I give an example. I started giving an example of HIV hints and a NAC, or drug and substance abuse, road safety, and NTSA and such. All the specialized agency are supposed to score the MDAs, and after they score the MDAs, once they arrive after the final score, then that is the score is shared with PSPMMU, which is Performance Contracting and Monitoring Unit, as the final score, so that when you're for evaluation purposes, that score, you also use it for your self-evaluation, and also that is the score that stands for the institution for the period under review. So yes, NACOST is supposed to score and share that with PSPMMU, and of course share with you also as an MDA for, of course, your self-evaluation and as part of your score and your performance.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Mwiti. Let's listen to Dr. Gilbert Mugeni. You have raised your hand for quite some time. Kindly unmute and ask the question or present your comment.
Thank you very much, NACOST, for this briefing. I'm Gilbert Mugeni, Communications Authority of Kenya. Yes, I hope I'm audible.
You are, continue.
Yes, I had a question when after DG presented, and then I have two more arising from Mwiti's presentation. The one that I purpose to raise after the DG's presentation was that within the institutions or agencies that are participating in the STI target contracting, I think collaboration would be key so that we are pulling in the same direction. For example, if we undertake a similar project, then we would know how to collaborate with each other towards a common goal. I would like to understand what would be NACOST's role so that the agents are just not reporting, but also ensuring that there's collaboration towards a common goal. Secondly, we are well into the first quarter of the performance contracting, and I would just have an interest to know when the the STI work plan template would be available for organizations to undertake approvals for the associated work plan. And three, I realized last year, unless if it was us alone, that there was no special annual reporting template, and we used the quarterly reporting template, and Mwiti has just clarified that for the annual report, it is more of the impact of undertaking the target rather than the quarterly reports, which are for monitoring and evaluation. So are we going to have a separate template for the annual reporting this financial year? Thank you very much for giving me that chance.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Mugeni. Bwana Mwiti, you want to respond to them before we
yes, briefly. Thank you so much. Yes, on work plan template, basically, if you look at the guidelines and if you look at other specialized agencies, and I'll give a very good example, Nakanda, drug and substance abuse indicator, the work plan is normally submitted towards the end of first quarter. The deadline is by 30th September. This is so done because MDAs, you are given an opportunity to interrogate your budget, to interrogate back other planning, because you see approvals for various, the financial year starts from 1st of July. And of course, the first quarter starts from 1st of July and ends by 30th of September. So basically there is a lot of planning. So ideally the work plan, the template you should be submitting your work plan as you intend to submit your first quarter. Yes. So what I'm trying to say is that the template for work plan will be ready. Of course, will be ready before 30th September, but ideally it will be uploaded in the website so that you're able to do your work plan. You're able to plan for your STI strategy and indicate the activities that you intend to undertake for the year 2022-2023. So yes, the template will be shared, but I was just giving you information from the president and how it has been done before. It's supposed to be shared within the first quarter so that as you do your first quarter reporting, then again, you submit also the work plan. Thank you. Then number two, you asked about annual reporting. Maybe I need to clarify. Actually, if you look at the year 2021-2022, that ended by 30th of June this year, NACOST circulated a template for annual reporting. So that was, maybe you can clarify from your MDA. You are supposed to, I agree with you, once you do the 4 quarters, you report the 4 quarters. Again, the precedent is that even the overall performance contracting report that we normally do, the performance contracting and monitoring unit, we submit an annual. You normally submit 4th quarter, and you are supposed to submit also an annual. So yes, there is a template. It has already been shared with you, and that's part of best practice. So that also, you see the beauty with having an annual reporting template is because when you report in for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd quarter and 4th quarter, probably you could have missed something in terms of your reporting in whichever area. So you are given an opportunity to cumulatively now indicate all what happened, the task that the MDA undertook in relation to that indicator, and in case anything that missed out. And you have seen this actually, you have seen this with most of specialized agency, they will always request MDAs to give extra information before they do the evaluation so that you're not disadvantaged as an MDA. Probably there's an activity that you have to do in 3rd quarter, and it happened in 4th quarter, and it was not captured in 3rd quarter. So as you do reporting through the annual reporting template, then you have a wonderful opportunity to reflect all that so that the institution is not disadvantaged. And again, also you are able to give a cost information that could have been probably not captured in your reporting process. So yes, it normally gives credibility to the data that is submitted, and of course addresses the matter of how adequate and sufficient that you're able to report. So those are the main 2 that I've captured. Thank you.
Yes, I propose you take 2 more or 3 more, starting with David Sam.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I have seen one from Lucy Kendi Mugambi, and she's asking what is MTP2. Basically, that is medium-term plan. These are in terms of planning, when we talk of Vision 2030, or basically the Big 4 agenda, what the government, in terms of implementation, what the government will do, it will break it down. And a very good example to understand this is your strategic plan. If you look at your strategic plan, you have an implementation matrix, and the implementation matrix breaks down the activities that you have committed to do in 5 years on a yearly basis. So they'll be saying, first year we'll do this one, this is the budget. So that's exactly what is intended to be achieved by government from a global, from a national planning, that the plans that run for, let's say, for 30 years or 10 years or 4 years, whichever period of time, they are broken down. So we started with MTP1, we went to MTP2, which is medium-term plan. And now the current one is medium-term plan 3 that is now being revised to medium-term plan 4, which ideally is supposed to capture all matters that were reflected in the Big 4 agenda and Vision 2030, so that they are able, they are implemented and all that. So it's just an easy mechanism to ensure there is a consistent implementation of a long-term plan. The way we have a master plan, then we have a strategic plan. From a strategic plan, you have an annual work plan. That is the same way. Another one, thank you, a quick one from Sophie Chuaga. Thank you for that good presentation. Can you let us know the evidence required for 2022, 2021, 2022, and for this year, 2023 sub-indicator under. So thank you so much. Please, when there will be a presentation or reporting that will be done, and the presenter there will make it very clear. We'll be telling you this is the commitment, this kind of evidence that we expect. But ideally, also you don't need to reinvent a wheel. It is all about what you committed. if you committed, for example, to train, let me just give a very quick example. You committed, for example, training of, let's say, of a focal person, just as an example, then the evidence will be the certificate itself. Any other? Just a quick one as I summarize, sorry. Yes, there are some that have raised hand. Maybe we can pick one. We can allow, which one? Leonard? So, sorry, we are just, we are checking. We want to give one or at least one for the sake of time. Yes, we have to give 3, please. You can use 1 minute so that we can save time. We have Jonah Rono. Jonah Rono, you can unmute and talk. Jonah Rono, you raised your hand. Please unmute. Jonah Rono. Anyway, as I think we're not getting Jonah. Then we have David Sang. Please unmute. David Sang, you can unmute and talk. Sorry.
Jonah Rono, go ahead.
Sorry, then I think there is, if we have Dr. Moses Olengo.
Good. Thank you so much, Javan, for that good presentation. One of the things I think you have already touched is, you know, we had already completed in the 4th quarter. We covered the entire year, and then we received another template for us to fill. So I think that is the one you are saying that is an extra opportunity for us to communicate what has been covered entirely for the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd quarter and 4th quarter. Is that the case?
Yes. On the annual reporting, that template, and it has some timelines. I think it's up to the 30th of this month. Yes. Please fill it, indicate all the information that is required there. And yes, you have correctly indicated it captures the entire period for 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th quarter. And moving forward, that will be the same template after you report for 4th quarter. That is the template that should also will be circulated for you to reflect now all the quarters and what happened within the financial year. So yes, you are correct. Thank you.
Oh, thanks. So I appreciate it. This is from Dedan Kimathi.
So thank you, Wanamwiti. I realize we still have hands up, but for the sake of time, let's post those questions to the panelists and we undertake to respond to all of them. We'll still have another plenary session at the end. Therefore, we should be able to address that. Looking at the program, let's take our health break. We shall resume at exactly 11:30. So let's take the health break and we resume at exactly 11:30. When we shall have the presentation on development and implementation of the institutional STI strategy. So good morning again. Let's continue with the program. Allow me to welcome Madam Margaret Muthe to present on the development and implementation of institutional STI strategy. Madam Muthe, karibu.
Good morning. My name is Margaret Muthe, and I work at Nacosti. So I'm going to take us through the institutional science, technology, and innovation strategy, which is one of the key documents that an MDA is required to develop, and after developing, to implement it, and then, of course, report to Nacosti on the extent to which it is implementing this indicator within its institution. So the STI strategy is basically a tool that enables the institution to define its priorities with regard to the STI indicator. And I think a lot has been said about STI, so I do not want to take so much time to discuss this. I would want us to look at the template together. There are some of the institutions who have already developed their strategies, so they are moving on to implement and to report. Others are in the stage of development, so I hope you will find this useful, but we can continue with the conversation even after this presentation. The sensitization is over. So it has several sections. The strategy has several sections that an institution should provide details on, and I'll go section by section to show us how we develop the strategy, and also the implementation framework that comes at towards the tail end of the document. And again, this is not a document that should be so long, because it is like a strategic plan for the STI indicator. It defines just the priorities, but within the narrow prism or the narrow aspect of science, technology, and innovation. So a lot can be borrowed from the broader strategic plan that the institution has, as well as more specific information with regard to the direction that the institution would want to take in terms of development, as well as application of science, technology, and innovation, not just for the sake of improving the operational aspects of the institution, but also contributing to the wider development goals of the nation as they are provided in the National Blueprint for Development. That's the Vision 2030, and the 5-year medium-term plans that you were mentioned earlier, that we are now we are nearly getting to the last cycle of developing for the medium-term plan. So the first section of the STI strategy is the introduction, which basically captures the background information of the institution, that is as provided in the instrument that establishes the institution. Some institutions are established under an act of parliament, others by the constitution, presidential decree, or whatever instrument that establishes you. It's good to mention that that instrument, and also the mandate and functions as they are provided, so that we can be able to tell where you are coming from, and also with regard to the relationship between your mandate and functions and research, science, technology, and innovation. And I believe each institution has, in one way or the other, requires to conduct research, and also to contribute to other aspects of STI. So that is very brief on the introduction. Then looking at the situational analysis, it basically captures information that is with regard to the strengths, the weaknesses, the opportunities, and the threats that, of course, face the institution and would affect how STI is embedded or mainstreamed in the institution. You will realize that in a very big way, institutions have continued to have, for instance, centers of excellence where their main business is to conduct very specific research, be it in food security, in health, in infrastructure, manufacturing, and all that. So these are issues or aspects that would be critical in the situational analysis, as well as the innovation hubs, science parks, because this indicates that you have as an institution, you have the capability to contribute to STI development in the country and also application. Other issues, of course, as you are aware, because you have developed strategic plans, is the weaknesses and I think one of the major ones that affect every institution across the world is the inadequate funding for research and development. And therefore, by stating these weaknesses, then you would perhaps be informing the world or NACOSTI that you would be working towards reducing these weaknesses or making the situation better, perhaps especially with regard to financing R&D. And then, of course, the opportunities and the threats that have continued to ravage the world, such as the COVID-19 pandemic and all that. So that is the part that you can borrow from your strategic plan, but at least enhance it to look more science-based, science, technology, and innovation. There has to be some relevant and relationship to STI rather than just general SWOT analysis that we do for our strategic plans. Some of it may not be relevant for this STI strategy. And then the rationale, this is where you give and clearly state why the importance of the institutional STI strategy. And in my, as I was beginning this presentation, I mentioned that STI is crucial for the operations of the institution, but also for contributing to the national development, realization of the national development goals. And therefore, in this, why this strategy is important is to really assist the institution to define what are the key priority areas that the institution will focus on, so as to not only improve its operations, but also contribute and contribute to the realization of its mandate, but also contribute to the realization of national development goals that are broad, and some of them are even global, and such as the SDGs. Others are intercontinental or at the continental level, the Africa Agenda 2063. And I think there's a relationship in which they have a relationship, because they come from the global to the regional, to the national, all the way to the local county levels. So that is the information that you put here. And we have elaborated this in the document that is on our website that has information guiding institutions on how to develop an institutional STI strategy. Then the next section is the strategic orientation that captures the vision, the mission, the core values of the MDA that you can pick from the strategic plan. And I realized that many MDAs and including the TVETs, they mostly have a strategic plan which guides their institutions either for a period of 5 or 3 years, and therefore it wouldn't harm to pick this section of strategic orientation from the strategic plan. Then the objectives of the institutional STI strategy are both the main objective and the specific objectives of the STI strategy. This needs to relate to your mandate and also to specifically to STI. So just state objectives that are smart. I believe which are achievable, which are time-bound and specific to STI, not broad and global objectives that would not be so would not be defining exactly where you are or what you seek to achieve within the period of the strategy, because this strategy is not going to be an annual document that you prepare every year, but perhaps you, depending on the approach that you have in your institution, it could be that you have defined that strategic documents like these will be for a period of 3 years or 5 years maximum, because again, beyond 5 years, things change really fast, especially in science and technology. Therefore, it is good to keep up to date with the developments at the global level and even at the national level. As you saw, Kenya is doing very well and recording significant strides globally with regard to its innovation ecosystem. Therefore, I think it's good to keep up to date with these trends and developments. Then the last section under this strategic orientation is the guiding principles of the institutional STI strategy, which again, we have given some examples, such as the relevance to the country's Vision 2030 and the Constitution, quality and novelty, cost effectiveness, multidisciplinary and cross-sectoral approach to problem solving. These are important, and we have given a longer list on that document that I said is a guide on our website. And I think it would be prudent to pick those that are relevant to your institution's mandate and functions, and those that would help the institution to carve out its path in the realization of in the implementation of this indicator, and also, of course, contribute to the realization of its mandate. The next section is on the STI strategies for the MDA. As I mentioned, this document identifies the priority areas that relate to STI and that are also relevant to the mandate of the institution. And therefore, what we have done is to provide about 9 very broad strategies that you can borrow from and customize them to suit your environment and to suit your mandate and functions. And again, these are found in the guide for the development of the institutional STI strategy. But in the next few slides, I'll show quite a number of these that are on table 3.1. And just to restate that these STI strategies that we have identified for Kenya, they are borrowed from the global indicators for STI that have been developed. They have been tested to show or to measure how countries are faring in terms of STI. And the same global indicators, they have also been brought further at the African level. The African Union has a whole range of, or has a mechanism that helps to measure how Africa is doing with regard to STI, and therefore, as a country, given that we are in a global village, we also belong to the African Union. Therefore, our STI indicators are borrowed from that and also customized to suit our needs, because we need to compare favorably, or to compare in a very realistic manner with other countries. We cannot compare ourselves if we are using our own very different set of indicators. And these ones are, among them are in this table, include the human resource for STI. This is one of the broad indicators that is used to measure how, as a country, and also as an institution for yourselves, you measure the progress that you are making with regard to STI. So that if you pick that in your institution, one of the areas that you want to focus on is to enhance the quality and capacity of human resource and talent management in this indicator, or in the issue of STI mainstreaming. Therefore, in your STI strategy, you need to include it, and also perhaps provide a number of ways or approaches that you will use so that you can reach this goal or this objective. By, for instance, you could choose to increase the personnel for STI. This acronym is RTI, research, training, research, technology, and innovation. You could choose to go the route of enhancing gender parity in STI programs, given that it has been noted globally, and even in Kenya, that there are significant gender disparities in STI and even in STEM education and careers. So this is an area that as a nation and also as institutions, we need to focus on. And also, of course, providing mechanisms to attract and retain human resources in STI. So this is just one of the strategic issue or area that an institution can choose to focus on within the period of the STI strategy, within the period of the STI strategy. Then another area that is very crucial for STI is infrastructure and, of course, digital readiness. Infrastructure is very crucial for researchers and also for innovations. So therefore, an institution would be seeking to enhance and perhaps strengthen its STI infrastructure to support programs in priority areas. Therefore, some of the approaches or the ways to do this is by improving the status of STI infrastructure, to allocate funds to expand STI infrastructure. And this is very crucial, given that as a country, there are reports that have indicated that the institutions are ill-equipped, and not just in terms of equipment, but also personnel and capacity, or even just ensuring that even the equipment that is available is in the state of working. So therefore, it is an important area for institutions to focus on. Another area that I had mentioned there before is funding in STI, which is very important to fund research, to acquire infrastructure, of course, to acquire personnel that are well equipped, or even to equip personnel with the relevant skills and capacities to conduct research and also to innovate. Therefore, an institution will be seeking to develop mechanisms for sustainable financial resource mobilization through developing frameworks for resource mobilization, through increasing the budgetary allocation for R&D. Others would seek to identify partners who can co-fund programs for research and innovation. And all those are ways in which an institution can contribute to increasing its funding for STI. The other important aspect is STI advocacy and awareness. And I think this had been talked about so much by our DG, given that we need to move the debate of STI from the classroom and from the laboratory to the tables of policymakers and also to citizens to be aware that STI is a common phenomenon in our lives. Because when we come up with ways to improve farming, when we come up with ways to reduce post-harvest losses, ways to ensure that we prevent some simple things like malaria and all that, that is STI which is being applied. So therefore, we need to sensitize even the citizenry so that we can engage in a way that they have an understanding, not being really lab-based and theoretical, but to relate with the daily aspects of living. And therefore, it is the ways to do this would include having annual conferences, science weeks, congress, engaging with the county governments on STI so that they can support these programs that we have. So these are very crucial areas for us to focus on as we are coming up with the strategic ways in which we shall mainstream STI within our institutions. I have skipped quite a number of slides. I won't speak much about these collaborations and partnerships in STI. I think we have, over the years, found ourselves in very difficult circumstances when we have so many things that are going on, but in a silo way, whereby we are not collaborating. Therefore, the need to establish strategic collaborations and partnerships at all levels, at national, regional, and international levels, and also strengthening those existing ones so that we can be able to have shared ways, shared resources, not just finances, but even we can share equipment, we can share labs and workshops in case we are close to one another. And I think this helps to establish more cohesive ways so that we can be able to also reduce wastage in a very significant way. Then the other aspect that I had also mentioned is gender mainstreaming in STI, which is something that has been missing significantly with the very low numbers of the female gender participating in STI and in STEM education. Therefore, coming up with ways in which we avail more opportunities, of course, to both men and women through scholarships and conferences, mentorship programs. These are very crucial for ensuring that we are mainstreaming STI. So these are some of the strategic issues that you can pick, and feel free to add some which we may have left out, given that this just gives a general picture of what needs to be appearing in your list of priority areas. And again, these are 8. I think the document that we have on the website has about 10. You may want to prioritize so that you do not pick everything. Remember that resources are scarce, time is limited, and we have very many other things that we are undertaking in our institutions. So prioritize issues that perhaps would be achievable within the period that you have planned, and given the resources that you have in your institution. Also recalling that you can have partnerships with other institutions so as to increase your resources that are available to your institution. Then, of course, for those institutions that have developed the STI strategy, or once you develop your strategy, you need to have an implementation framework. And this is the tool or the area where you are able to show us that now that you have identified the strategic issue and the strategy, then what would be the expected results? What are the performance indicators? How do you verify that? And also give us an estimated cost of the action that you have chosen, or the priority area that you have chosen. So this is the table where you define that. So the two tables, 3.1 and this 3.2 have a relationship, because you are basically now expounding further, or showing us how you will be the resources that you are allocating in order to achieve what you have identified as a priority for STI within your institution within the period of the institutional strategy. So for human resource, you would need, the expected result, of course, would be to increase the personnel in STI by a certain number or by a certain percentage, and then therefore the performance indicator you would give us is the number that you have recruited or promoted or even trained within the period, and therefore this the evidence would be available in the human resource records, and of course the estimated budget or cost. Then STI advocacy and awareness, these are just examples. You would be choosing or seeking to support and coordinate annual conferences and science weeks or congresses with the aim to increase STI advocacy and awareness. So the performance indicator there would be the number of conferences, the science weeks, the congresses that you have organized or even participated in, because it is important to, as I stated there before, to find ways in which we are working together. So participating in a congress that has been organized by institution X it promotes knowledge sharing and networking. So it is very much encouraged that we find ways in which we are collaborating. Then the means of verification, of course, would be the conference week and congress reports and other documentation that is related to the science weeks and other activities that you have organized. And of course, now giving us the estimated cost or the budget for that activity. So on and on for the priority areas that you choose, then it is important that you reflect all this information in the implementation framework, given the examples that I have presented. Moving on is the monitoring and evaluation, whereby you can have the internal mechanism for monitoring and evaluation, and this doesn't have to be very specific or something that is so new that you develop something that is specific to this indicator, because for other indicators and other activities that you are undertaking, I believe you are conducting monitoring and evaluation. So therefore, trying to conduct your monitoring for STI mainstreaming within what is available is very crucial, so that you can also reduce duplication and the wastage of resources, and therefore you'd be able to collect or to track how well you are moving, or the progress that you are making in terms of implementing the STI mainstreaming indicator within the institution, and of course reporting to us on an annual and on a quarterly and annual basis. Then lastly, it's the review of the strategy, and this is, as I had mentioned there before, it is in accordance to the procedures that are available within the institution, because some institutions have adopted to review their documents after 3 years or after 5 years. So let it suit within what is available, and not we are not prescribing the review period for this STI strategy. So I think that I come to the end of the presentation of the STI strategy, and I would be glad to take comments and questions from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Margaret. Of course, we shall have a plenary session, but if there's a quick reaction to the presentation, then we can allow 1 or 2 reactions, and then we move on to the next presentation. Do we have any hand up?
Yes, we do.
Yes, yeah, go ahead. I can see some 2 hands. Just mention the name and you ask your question or present your reaction.
Okay, this again is Dr. Mugeni, Communications Authority of Kenya, if you hear me.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, and thank you for the outline on the institutional STI strategy. We are in the process of developing actually the last end of internal approvals. My question would be whether then this institutional STI strategy requires NACOSTI approval or moderation, and if so, at which stage then should we submit it to NACOSTI? Is it the far end when it is finally approved in the institution, or should it be some intermediate in the process of developing it? Thank you.
Madam Margaret, you want to react to that before we go to the next one?
Yes, thank you so much, Daktari. I don't know, from your question, I'm trying to think what you mean by moderation, like NACOSTI should review the strategy and give you comments before you have it approved and implemented. But I think given the templates that we have, we do not necessarily intend to shepherd so much the process of developing your strategy, unless you would, of course, invite us to participate in the development, but so that we together develop it, not the institution developing and then sending the document for us to review. But we can assist the team that is developing so that we do it together, and we have done that for other institutions, but we are not in any way trying to moderate, to like say this is a poor document or this is a very good document, because it is indeed your strategy that you have gone through your mandate and the functions of your institution, and it is something that you think relates to that. So NACOSTI would wish to just come in hand and engage at the development stage, not to assess the document once it has been reviewed. We would be happy to participate when you're developing it. I hope that suffices.
Thank you, Chair. Can I come in now?
Yes, yeah, sure.
Yeah, Professor Agwata, in charge of research, innovation and technology transfer at Machakos University. I want to agree with you, Margaret, that the framework that NACOSTI has given should inform the development of the strategy for each institution. So there's no standard template that an institution is to follow. Ours, we developed it and it went through all the motions, and it's now we are moving to the next step of the implementation. But my question is, we had 9 strategic issues. Does an institution necessarily have to have those 9? Or an institution can choose 3, 4, 5, 6? or depending, of course, on the existing infrastructure and resources available. Is there a minimum number of the strategic issues that need to be focused on? So that then we don't have a situation where one institution chooses 2, another one chooses 3, another one chooses 5, another one chooses 9, so that there is some minimum standard that is applicable. Then secondly, is there a mechanism of monitoring from the NACOSTI end on what actually takes place on the ground, so that we don't have a situation where information is just filled in for purposes of earning marks? Thank you.
Thanks, Prof, for those questions. And I think I had mentioned that it may not be necessary to choose the 9 or the 10 issues that I have presented, given that resources are limited and also time, and this is also eating into your time of other programs that you have in your institution. So I think would encourage institutions to choose at least the number that they are comfortable with, and there is also it is also in line with the mandate and the functions of the institution. So choose the issues that you are comfortable with to implement within the period of the strategy. And I think the reporting tool, again, has tried as much as it can to guide institutions in that, because the information that is required for you to report on this indicator on a quarterly and annual basis, it also helps to guide you, because the information that you will be required to provide, for instance, on personnel, on budget, are areas perhaps that we want to dwell on more, given that this is the information that you will provide and show progress that you are making in terms of implementing the STI mainstreaming indicator. With regard to on the ground monitoring and evaluation by COSTI, we are wholly relying on the STI focal person and the champions to provide credible information and accurate to the best way possible, so that we also minimize the cost on our part. And I think in case an institution has difficulties, we always encourage engagement with our desk officers and even with any member of staff at NACOSTI. So that is the way we would wish it. We would wish to operate until we have, of course, budgets that would allow us. We would be relying on you to give us information during reporting, or to enable us do our M&E for now, and also, of course, the engagements that we have, and we have forums that we have been inviting some of you to attend. So these regular engagement and feedback sessions are the ways in which we are conducting our M&E. And of course, we have faith in you that having taken part in the sensitizations, then you are well equipped to collect the relevant information and report to us, so that we can have, because these reports are not for NACOSTI, but they are for the consumption of the whole government machinery to advise in policy making and also in resource allocation, in development planning. So we would wish that you give us data and information that is credible and accurate, so that we can be useful and to the nation. Thank you. I hope that answers you.
Thank you very much, Margaret.
Thank you very much, Maggie. Thank you.
Okay, now in the interest of time, if we still have other reactions, we can pick them during the plenary at the end. Allow me to invite Mr. Cyrus Kamau to present on the STI reporting tools.
Thank you, Chair. A moment as I share the slides. I hope I'm audible enough.
You are.
I start my presentation. Okay, thank you. I'll be presenting on the STI reporting tool for the current financial year, which is 2022-2023. The tool is already available at the NACOST website, and a link to the 2022-2023 resources that have been provided for MDAs to access. So this is just to give you an overview on possibly some changes that have come up in this tool based on our stakeholder engagement in the financial year on matters that need to be maybe more clearer and maybe more addressed, and also to help us to address all the issues that DG alluded to during the morning presentation concerning the issues of STA as a STI and also as NACOST as a focal point. So the reporting tool in the first part involves a place where you put the logo of the MDA and also put the name of the MDA, that's the extreme right corner. Then you also have to put some data on the quarter you're reporting. If you're reporting on quarter one, then you're able to put quarter one reporting, the name of the institution, the head or the CEO of the institution, and the designation that goes with it. Is it managing director, director general, director, secretary general, or any other title that the CEO or the accounting officer of the institution is held to. Then the county to which the institution is involved. Then we go to number 4, we go to appointment and reappointment of focal persons. My colleague had already alluded this also earlier, Mr. Javan, that if you already have an appointment letter and the institution or the state corporation or the university for that reason has an appointment that lasts for 2 years or 3 years, then that appointment is already sufficed to be valid. But if you do appointment on annual basis, especially for PC committees, then we anticipate that maybe a reappointment to confirm that either the members who are there before or new members have taken over the office for reporting. This helps us in terms of understanding, in terms of the focal persons and champions. Are they trained? Like now, if you have the team that was there in terms of focal persons and champions in the last financial year, we know we undertook quite a number of trainings and we are sure that those people are trained. Because if you look at the PC guidelines, they are very clear that the people who are supposed to take up these roles of focal persons and champions, especially for this STI mainstreaming target, which is relatively new, they should be trained to understand how maybe they're supposed to report and also to understand their roles as far as the main reporting issues are concerned. So for that purpose, they provide the name, the email, the telephone number, and a copy of the attachment letter that is signed by the authority that's supposed to sign that. In case you have only one champion, you can provide the details of the champions. If there are many, you can just attach the letter. You may not necessarily need to fill the details if there are more than one. You just attach the letter of the champions together with that of the focal persons, and you'll be able to receive it from our end in NACOST. Then we go to, number 5. Have you attended STI mainstreaming and training sessions or workshops for focal persons and champions? Yes, if you have been able to attend and put the dates. If not, possibly you can provide reasons. so that we're able to know, as I said, it was a requirement in the guideline that the people taking over these responsibilities for champions and focal persons are well trained and are well sensitized in order to be able to know what of these reporting tools and how to be able to feed the data that is required in the reporting tool. We have part 2. Part 1 was institutional details and information that regards this reporting target. So part 2 of this now involves what you're calling development and implementation of the mainstreaming work plan. So we have develop and submit STA mainstreaming work plan. There are those institutions that have already developed and submitted. So that one is okay because we have it with them. However, some of them were in draft formats. They had not gone through their approval. So here you are saying attach a copy of approved STA mainstreaming work plan that is signed by the head of the institution, who is also the CEO. Then we're asking number 7, have you developed the institutional STA maintaining strategy, which has just been taken through? If yes, provide an approved STA strategy signed by the CEO and the head of the institution. If no, include it in your STA work plan and use a template that has already been provided. There's a link there that if you click that link, you'll be able to download the template in Word, which will help you to go through as per guided training on how to develop an institutional STNI strategy. We have number 8. In this part, we have 6 sections. The first section, you're calling it section A, is dealing with research, science, technology, and innovation on human resources capacity. There are a bit of changes, especially on this reporting tool, most of it informed by the stakeholders and the MDAs who are able to participate over the years, over the various trainings and over the months in the last year, who say that the information that was being provided was not clear at some point. So we, from their input, were able to at least make it a little bit clear by providing necessary information of what we require, so that we are very specific. If you're asking for information about people in posts, do you have a structure? How many people are supposed to be in that structure? How many staff are citizens? How many are non-citizens? For those institutions that have expatriates already working for them, and the total number of input staff who are non-citizen offering maybe technical support. Then we have 8B. We have the issue of human resource capacity. As you are aware, we had 2 tables that were working into that. And we also recognize that we left some bit of information on some qualifications. So we were able to match the tables, and this year's reporting, we have a single table that has all the qualifications matched into one. And we have PhD, master's, bachelor's, diploma, which also includes higher diploma. And in this case, you're looking at also technicians and technologists who are working for the MDAs. Then we have an added category of a requirement that came up from stakeholders on what we call recognition of prior learning. And as I said, this one is much done by the Kenya National Qualification Authority, which is able to qualify people with prior learning that is based on skill sets, competencies that are acquired in a non-formal and informal learning, such as work experiences, and are prescribed against standards and learning outcomes. And I was saying these are cases of people who have been able to gain skills, and I gave examples like the mechanics. Some of them may not have diplomas, but they are Form 4 leavers or Class 8 leavers. But over the years, they have been able to go through apprenticeship and training and gain skills. And they have been able to visit the qualification authority to qualify their learning, and they're able to get certificates for that. So they're also contributing to the development and Vision 2030 in terms of the role they play within the environment. So if those ones exist within the organizations, we don't want to lock them out. We have put them within that category. Then we have section B, research, science, technology, innovation, infrastructure, and facilities and equipment. So this one provides information that is related to equipment. It's based on what we call the Francasi model, which is recognized by UNESCO on the 5 science discipline areas. That's natural sciences, engineering, medical and health sciences, agriculture and veterinary sciences, humanities and social sciences. Then we have the name of the equipment. If there are more than one within one category, you're able to put, if there are computers that were built for a research facility, then you're able to put within the natural sciences, which location. You can say a testing lab or testing workshop. Then the cost of the equipment cumulatively can be able to be put there, capability, and if whether the equipment is working or not. So that will help us also gauge if it's not working. Is it a question of its end of life in terms of serviceability, or is it lack of resources to put it back to modality? Which means you could be having a multi-million equipment, but due to one or two reasons that happens, it's not possible to continue using the equipment. So it's not currently functional, but it's within the organization. So another thing that we said, we are looking for equipments of amounts of 0.5 million. The purpose of coming with this cut-off points were equipments that possibly are shareable or they can be used within organizations for share. There could be equipments maybe possibly below this, but also shareable. So we would not want to limit extremely to that, but that one would be a good benchmark to which you can be able. But from your review of the organization, if you have equipments that are shareable and within maybe that budget or higher, it's possible to let us know and also fill them within this table for purposes of reporting. We have section C, which deals with the institutional budget. And we're saying research, science, technology, innovation, expenditure. So according to the STI Act, which is a legal and regulatory document that we work with, we have set at least 2% of the GDP. And to translate that to cascade from the national level to MDAs, as my colleague explained in the presentation, we work with an operational budget because that one is a better guide. Because at institutional level, we may not talk about the gross domestic product, but we can be able to talk about budgets. So we are setting it at least 2% of the operational budget. However, something to note that some institutions could not have achieved this budget. We're not saying that you must ensure that your figures hit this. We would want to know if you're working with this percentage, can you be able to account within these budget lines to show that this is the amount that you are spending on R&D as an organization? If you are below 2%, maybe that's something that is good because it shows that you have already begun. There could be challenges of institutions that have not begun, so they may not even know. So this document will also help you in terms of reporting to know your baseline and also understand possibly at what level is the institution is in terms of R&D activities and the budgets that are involved. So we have the total budget, we have the development budget, we have the annual recurrent budget, we have the annual operational budget, then we have the R&D in budget in Kenya shillings, the actual quarter operational budget, expenditure, and the actual quarter expenditure on R&D, cumulative expenditure on R&D, and the percentage of R&D to operational budget. So you realize the first 5 columns are 5 columns are talking about budgets. So you're anticipating within the first quarter, if you have any budgets assigned to this, then you're able to get them entered. Then possibly waiting for the end of the first quarter to get the figures for the quarter budgets that are required within the next 4 columns. And you're able to get some figures that are able to feed into that. I would give an example, like now you're saying if you're dealing with MDAs that are dependent on GOK grants, and you're getting a budget of 800 million, that's your total budget. But the total budget is split into 2, development budget and recurrent budget. So for the recurrent budget, you have half of it, which is 400 million, another 400 million that is going to recurrent budgets. However, not all recurrent budgets, we are looking for it. So in that recurrent development project, we are talking about some fixed assets, like you're building a lab, building an innovation center. So that money is counted as part of development budget. It's a capital-based budget where you are putting investments. Then the recurrent budgets are the budgets that you use as an institution in terms of your operations. So the recurrent budget also has some aspects of dissection because you have that budget used to pay for salaries and what you call operations and maintenance. That's maybe maintaining cars. All that is part of the recurrent budget.
So if you were to remove those aspects of maybe salaries and operations and maintenance, you're left with what you call an operational budget. So your annual R&D budget is supposed to be based on a percentage of your operational budget. That's why you're talking about your actual actual operational expenditure and on R&D in relative to your operational budget. So if from 800 million, you have 400 million, then you remove salaries and maintenance, operations and maintenance, you're left with 300 million. Then 300 million is your operational budget. Then you are talking about a 2% of that operational budget to which you're able to give at the second last column. That one will give you a percentage. So if you are spending 1 million of 300 million, then you can be able to see times 100 what kind of budget you are already putting into place. So if it is 2%, then you are within the R&D at least. If it's below, it's still okay. So what happens is that in your strategy, you come up with modalities to see how you can raise your 0.1, 1.2 budget for R&D to 2%. Maybe you look at those activities that are aligned to STI and your core mandate, so that as you account for this, these ones will be your operational areas that you'll be looking for to pull your budget to maybe below 2% to 2 or above 2%. However, for some institutions, these are very big budgets, like for universities and research institutions, you may realize that they have a big budget for research. So most likely you'll find their budgets going higher, some up to 10, 15 or 20% of their budgets. So that means that if you find yourself at 20%, then you are okay, but you can still see how you can strengthen and maintain those budgets because you're saying at least 2%. So if you find yourself at 10, don't move it to 2. Work with mechanisms to move it to 11 or 12. So that by doing that is part of what you're saying, you'll be able to be streamlining and moving towards achieving that aspect of STI mainstreaming. You could be doing it already, but maybe in a very uninformed process. Now, this STI mainstreaming will help you as you look into your budgets to look how it informs you to say, in terms of this aspect of RST&I expenditure, how much as an institution are we spending on this? Then you could have other partners that you bring in, could have projects with USAID, you could have projects with World Bank, you could have projects with between countries, private sector, county governments, all those are partners that you're able to bring in. Or you could have appropriations in aid. Maybe you conduct consultancies, you conduct trainings within your institution and they bring in some A&A. So that is something that you can also try to look within your overall budget and you see if you are conducting a training, then what percentage of that can be calculated across board as a contribution to R&D expenditure within the organization. Then we have section D. Section D is dealing with research, science, technology, and innovation inputs. So this is one of the parts that you're looking into what inputs, now that you have the budget set, what kind of collaborative research, science, technology, and innovation programs you're putting into place. As I said earlier, we had 2 tables on this, and stakeholders felt that it was very complicated to understand why the 2 tables were coming. So we, instead of having some 2 tables, we decided to put them as 1 table, and you're able to put in here collaborative projects. Why we are calling them collaborative projects moving forward, even as you work with NRF now, you realize that the National Research Fund is also looking for partners. If you do a single project individually, your chances of getting funding are slim and limited. When you come together with partners and with different players in your research project, you improve. And this is what has worked in the West. And even the programs that we implement with, even for the funds that we apply, like those who apply for Horizon Europe, another donor-funded or development partner-funded projects, they indicate that you come up with a collaborative project. So you're talking about having the core of the project, you have a social scientist in it, maybe looking at the social aspect of it. You have people looking at the financial aspect of it. You have a project accountant.
you have a project administrator, you have a project coordinator, and each of these people bring in different skills, and even a project manager who is supposed to manage the project. So all these will be sourced from different disciplines, and they're able to help in terms of growing, which has a bigger and better impact on the long run than projects that are single-handedly so. So you're able to put the title of the project. Maybe you could be saying, in this case, an example, you are dealing with a project to develop a research, let's say a research consortium. Then you have the PIs, the co-PIs. You could have the start date, the end date. The project could be multi-year. Most projects 2-3 years. So it could be starting in 2022 and ending in 2024. So that's why you need to give the completion status. Maybe in the first year, you are laying the groundwork. You're saying you only do 10% of that project. If there are any government of Kenya funds that's coming through the MDAs, you can put them. If it's entirely, if it's coming from A, it's okay. If it's coming from a development partner, private sector, and in the case, maybe you have any other player, maybe an NGO coming in, you just put the NGO and say you are participating with this NGO, and you give the name of the partner. Then you indicate whether it is public or private, then the funding amount at the end. So these programs are what now contribute within the core mandate of the institution, and also look at the aspect of their contribution to our STI programs. Number E, we look at research, science, technology, and innovation outputs. So from any RSTI inputs, you anticipate to get outputs. If you're conducting a research and innovation, a technology program, there are quite a number of inputs you anticipate. So if you're doing a scientific research program, one of the key aspects you find out is that you're going to be doing some, you'll be doing some research papers. You'll be publishing some papers, and some of them will go to what we call peer-reviewed journals. Some of them will result into books, book chapters, policy briefs, and reviewed reports. You generate reports which are reviewed either by the parties or the partners within that. We also broke down the aspect of intellectual property into 3. We have trademarks, we have patents, we have utility models. Then you have technologies developed in line with the institutional mandates, then technologies transferred, MOUs and partnership, technologies incubated, and innovations incubated. All these are examples of technology outputs. So our key aspect is to identify those that are relevant to your MDA or the institution, and you're able to pick them up and fill here based on the headings that have been provided within that. You're able to give a type of research, technology, or innovation outputs, period developed or published, registered with a patent when it was granted. You can give the specified numbers if it's 1, 2, 5. Then the remark of those, maybe they're already commercialized, they're yet to be commercialized, you're looking for partners to commercialize, or any other data that could be relevant to that. Then last but not least, in terms of the sections, we have section F. So after you have your output, you come up with a dissemination plan. This is a way of which you would want your research outputs to reach the targeted recipients who are able to be consumers of that. So in this case, we are talking about having the findings and recommendations done through exhibitions. If you are doing technologies, you may need to exhibit those technologies to the stakeholders. They could be the general public in a conference setting. It could be within a trade fair or a show. It could be within a setup of an open day. Institutions are having open day where they're able to engage with stakeholders and their clients. You could have workshop seminars. You could do annual reports. You could do what you call information and communication materials, newsletters, flyers, pamphlets, brochures, and documentaries. So all these are based on the mode of dissemination. Like now you're saying, if you're having a conference, you anticipate that the details of that conference, people will present scientific papers or policy briefs. You can see the period that are taken maybe in August 2022 and specify maybe in that conference, there were 10 research papers that were presented, or there were 10 posters that were presented in that conference, and remark, maybe you can say whether you're able to achieve the target that you had set for that target. You could be having an exhibition. So you are saying the details of activity, attend 2 agricultural show events, that's Mombasa and Nairobi, if that's your interest.
periods that are taken maybe August and September or August and October 2022, and you anticipate to display maybe 2 technologies or 2 exhibitions within that event. And the list continues depending on the activities. If you have workshops, if you have seminars, all that will come here. You could also do what you call newsletters, and you put them mode of dissemination, websites. You can say online presentation. You can do the flyers, the pamphlets, and then you say whether you upload them in your website. Then the details of activity, maybe you do annual and weekly newsletters, monthly newsletters, quarterly newsletters, quarterly journals. Like now, if you go to NACOSTI, you get our quarterly journals, which you call the STI journals, which you do quarterly, and we upload it there for people to know what activities NACOSTI is participating in. Then the period taken, you do every quarter. So every quarter you get a journal for that. Then in a year, we anticipate to have 4 quarterly STI, that's Science, Technology, Innovation and Research journals, being available or being published in the website for people to access. Sorry, we go to number 14, that's research and intellectual property policies. So we are dealing with the aspect of intellectual property rights. So we want to know whether your institution has been able to set up an IP policy for use. Sorry. And based on that, if the answer is no, we are putting this as one of the targets you're going to put in your STI work plan and strategy. So when you'll be looking at your strategy, we'll be looking and your work plan, this is one of the key aspects we'll check. Whether you have developed an IP policy. If yes, then you may need to share with us a copy of that policy. If no, then put it in the work plan and make it a target of developing with it this work plan. So from our side as NACOST, we have put it within our target of PC that will assist institutions in developing an IP policy. So we anticipate that institutions that will request that support will be able to see how we can do in terms of setting up a team that will work in terms of assisting MDAs in developing an IP policy that will be able to serve the institutions and the stakeholders, because it goes beyond the institutions. So you're saying if you already have one, you provide evidence of sensitization of IP policy as well as evidence of impacts. So possibly you have said your document able to address in terms of patents, in terms of commercializations, incubation of technologies and innovations. And how does it also the same help institutions mandate in service delivery? You know, you could say you would want to develop a mobile app for people who want to access your services. Then you decide whether you want to put it in Google Store or you want to put it in Apple Play Store. And that will be the evidence of your technology such that in terms of people who want to access your services, you don't necessarily need to visit the website. Then from their mobile phones, you innovate to move that service delivery from just an online platform, but putting it in a mobile platform as part of the innovation as an MDA. Then moving next to part 3, institutional support and quality assurance system. So this one is an institutional support system that has been placed into place to assist institutions that are conducting research. So we encourage and we support and we register and accredit institutional scientific and ethics review committees. So for institutions that are large and big in terms of research, they are supposed to establish one that serves them. Those are universities, research institutions. This one works well for them and it has its own benefits. Then for institutions that are not so majorly in research, we advise them to get affiliation so that they can be accredited, affiliation with an accredited institutional scientific and ethics research committee, which guides them on the establishment. And there is a link that has already been provided within the NACOST website on how you can get the guidance on how to establish one if you have reached that level of establishing. So for those that have already established, we require to maintain, we expect them also to maintain a database of researchers in the institution and affiliated institution as well as independent applicants. So in 15B, we have a table that's supposed to assist you
It has the guidelines within the 5 discipline areas that we have always talked about for purposes of standardization and global best practices. Then we have the name of the researcher, whether it's registered or not. If it's registered, you provide the institutional code for registration. Then there is a range that has been given using a key down there, the highest qualification which they have, and if they have any global awards that are associated with the work that they do. These will also inform NACOST in terms of moving forward. The Act allows the Commission to come up with a mechanism to recognize people within the RSTNI sector who have done outstandingly in terms of the area of research, science, technology, innovation, and possibly come up with a format of recognizing those people and provide some kind of tokenization to motivate within the industry and to make Kenya within the competitive index of trying to, as we streamline, also remain within the global index of which science, technology, innovation is involved. We also have part B of the 15. You are required to provide at least a database of postgraduate students and database dissertations and theses. These are the institutions with institutional ethics review committee. They are supposed to have this table filled and also submitted in terms of the information that is provided there. So this one will help us in terms of even tracking the kind of research that has been undertaken, the topics, and also help even other players within the MDA to check, could you be pursuing a research topic that has already been done before in the areas of plagiarism? And possibly you're able to know, was that research done by another student from a different institution earlier? So this one will help in developing that database, which will be uploaded within an NACOST research portal for MDAs to be able to access that information. Then we have part C. We are talking about establishing of the Institutional Ethics Review Committee. If you have established, then you are able to tick the appropriate docs. If you have not, you can say no, then provide an explanation that suits why you have not been able to establish. Kindly note that you need to provide an answer for this. And as I come to the end, I'll discuss why these answers are, because they are forming an information of database that's able to provide to us information to know the status of those that are within the process, those that are within that require to understand the process of establishing the Institutional Ethics Review Committee. Sorry, I'm going to jump there. So most of the institutional accredited committees are within the universities, hospital, and registered research institution. So if you're already existing and you have one, indicate the year of accreditation, indicate the scope of accreditation, and attach a summary of reports and activities that are within that. Then you have developed, implemented a research policy for the institution. As I said, this is principally to do with big research organizations. So for this, if you don't have, then you can put it within the STI work plan and you confirm as part of the inclusion. If you already have a research policy, you can tell us how the research policy has been used in terms of training staff on research grants, proposals, technology development, innovation, commercialization, and impacts of research. Then under still the same institutional support, we have number 17, contribution towards implementation of Kenya's international obligations. So one of them is what we call biologic toxic weapons, which NACOST, the DG explained, is a focal point that prohibits the development, production, acquisition, transfer, stockpiling of biological and toxic weapons. So with this effect, Kenya is supposed to, is mandated and required to submit annual reports to the UN body on biology factors that are involved in this. So for this, we anticipate to collect table in form of what has been provided within the template, within the 5 sections, section A, B, C, D, and E. A deals with human pathogens, animal pathogens. We have zoonotic pathogens like anthrax and bird flu. We have invasive plants like madenge and hyacinth. Then we have toxins like we get in grains like aflatoxin and resin. So still part B is to the continuation of the A to 5. If any of those aspects, either microorganism, pathogens, toxin, or invasive species are within your MDAs, are you able to list the ones that you're able to deal with? Then indicate measures you have undertaken to mitigate. You are saying that these ones have risks, biological toxic weapons have risks. So how do you conduct research within them and you mitigate these risks, whether they are microorganisms or pathogens? And you can also propose interventions and relevant agencies that are able to undertake the same. Then we have part 4. So part 4 is dealing with 2 aspects. We have part 4 has stream A and stream B. I will start with stream A. If the institution has not developed the STI strategy, we know this one we started it within the last financial year. However, we noted quite a number of them have not been able to complete the process. So we are putting them under the category of what you're calling reporting for stream A. You're able to continue to the process. And these are just examples of what is anticipated in terms of the process. So we believe that this year they will continue, and by the close of the year, they should be able to have an STI strategy in place. So for those that have already completed to develop the strategy, we are putting them under what we call stream B, and they are supposed to identify from their strategy activities that they are going to undertake, strategic issues this year in terms of fulfilling the requirements of the STI strategy. We have 7 key areas. That's human resource, infrastructure, funding and investment, collaborations and partnership, education, training, research, technology development, diffusion, and commercialization. Then STI advocacy and awareness. And we anticipate them to provide details on what they are intending to do and how these activities are going to inform in terms of the activities going forward. Then they can have, so this is just a guiding example. If your strategic issue is infrastructure for STNI and digital readiness, you have the strategic objectives to enhance STI infrastructure to support STI programs in your priority areas. If your priority areas are agriculture, then it will be in agriculture and food security. If your priority areas is energy, if you're dealing with energy and MDA dealing with energy, then they come here. If your area is health, then you'll be saying STI programs in health. If your priority areas is industrialization, then manufacturing or any other, then you'll be able to put this. If it's about education and service delivery, then you'll be saying STI programs in education and service delivery. Then you'll be able to identify the various strategies that you're able to put into place and the percentage and the timelines and the budgets you anticipate. Now that you have an approved STI strategy in place, how you're going to identify the strategies that you have identified for year 1. Then for year 1 are the ones that you're going to be moving forward and working up a way to implement them. So any other additional information relevant to the STI mainstreaming, you're able to attach and provide that data here. Then for reporting template, if you have any challenges, if any, you can also be able to put and provide an annex, maybe saying what challenges you have in terms of STI mainstreaming, and you anticipate Nacosti to assist you. Then for this template, for purposes of ownership, the STI focal person has to sign and give a date, and the CEO of the institution also signs and give a date. So the one will allow us to have data that in 2 things. 1, it has been checked and verified, and 2 is that the ownership from the institution that is providing the information can be able to own it up and say, yes, that's the status of the data that we have as far as STI mainstreaming is concerned. Maybe moving to last year, I'll just do a quick review of the feedback in terms of MDA reports when it came to reporting and using the reporting tool. The HR tables were 2, I talked about that, it was addressed, created 1 merge table with entry so that we avoid the issues of data mismatch that were there. The RTI equipment, I think the issue of people not sure whether to put the data, now at least the aspect of understanding is getting clear with time and people are able to enter data. Establishment of institutional ethics review committee, leaving the checkbox blank. They were not sure whether the institution has 1 or not, so they were leaving blank where they are not sure. But at least they can follow up with Nacosti and can be able to guide on this. Whether they have an IP policy or a research policy, not sure, so they leave it blank. So kindly get information from your team in the institution, then you're able to fill this. Like the issue on HR tables, the HR department can assist. The issue on IP policies, I think the department responsible for R&D can be able to assist in this area. Or innovation, if there's a department that deals with innovation, they'll tell you whether they have a policy to address that issues of innovation. Then in terms of research programs and projects, also there were 2 tables, G and B. We have merged them to avoid the challenges that were coming with that, to make it easier for reporting. Annual budgetary, we have reporting and putting figures within the table. I've just given an example on how that one can be done. Disseminate research findings, and you can also seek assistance from the accountants from your organization, because sometimes you may not have the information about budgets, but they can be able to guide you so that they're able to assist you in reporting. Or you can make it easier for yourself and have an accountant as a champion so that he assists you in filling the R&D budget within that table. Then dissemination of research findings, quantify the benefits and impacts to stakeholders. And that's all. Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cyrus Kamau, for a comprehensive presentation. I think our time is much gone, but we'll allow for interventions. Just raise your hand. I can already see 1 hand up. 2. We start with Benedict Makali.
Yes, good afternoon. A small
Yes, good afternoon. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation. A small clarification on institutional details. There's a place it was indicated we indicate the county. What of institutions that operate countrywide? How do we capture that? Thank you.
Chair, can I respond?
Silas, you want to respond to that first?
Yes, they will report the headquarters, where the county which the headquarters is currently.
Okay, thank you. Jones Guata.
Thank you, Cyrus, for that long presentation. Based on the previous template, would you honestly say that this is much easier or is more detailed and more cumbersome? And then secondly, is this instrument user-friendly? In other words, can it be, is it in a Word document that can easily be filled in and signed? And whether this can be shared quickly so that then we hit the ground running going forward. And what happens if certain sections are not functional? Are they left blank? And would that lead to some penalties? Thank you.
Cyrus, kindly respond.
Thank you, Jones. I think quite a number of questions. I agree that the document could be having more details in it, but where there were applications and overlaps, we were able to be guided and able to remove it. And as I said, the data that some of the data may not be necessarily responsive to all MDAs, especially when you talked about institutional support mechanisms. Like now, I will give an example. For ISEC, we say those that are universities and research institutions, you may find that this is their call to report. But for the institutions that do not have this, they will just need to say no and say we can affiliate during research. But at the moment, we may not be in a position to establish an ISEC. And that's what you're saying, that the information can just be trickled to that. So that once you answer to that answer is correct. It's better than when you're leaving it blank. When it's blank, we don't know whether you are in a capacity to establish one or you are not. But when you are clear on that, it provides that information that is able to give us information. Then the other aspect is that much of the information we also report it once.
So if you report it once, you may not necessarily need to, unless there are changes, you don't need to come back and revisit. I'll give an example, like if you're recruiting staff, if your target is to recruit staff, I think the maximum you can recruit is twice in a year. If you are to do an advert, long list, short list, on board, then you have 2 staff on board. So you may realize that some of that information is not something that you will currently keep on following for adding. As long as the original information is correct, unless there is a change which you may need to update, the information will remain suffice to support that. Then the other question was on whether the information can be put in a different format. I think we had originally put it in Word, but realized for purposes of analysis, Excel provides a better forum for analysis, especially where we are looking for qualitative and quantitative data. We may not be able to do it in a Word format. So what we can try to do is to look where there is some aspects that needs to be improved in terms of the table. But looking forward, going forward, we are looking at a place of automation within this financial year, so that the data will be entered in an information system that is easier and possibly to do for users to analyze. But we are conversant of that, and we will try our best to ensure that the template works and you're able to put all the data. Where you have no data that is representative of that, just write you don't have. Like now I would say, if you don't have an equipment under humanities and social sciences, just say none. Don't leave it blank. Because at the end of the day, you would want to use that data that you have put there to be very authentic and to be very correct in terms of articulation. Otherwise, if you leave blank, then we may not tell whether you forgot to fill that part and there is that data present, but you did not feel, you just overlooked it. So if it doesn't, just say done.
Okay, thank you, Cyrus. Can we listen to...
Thank you, Cyrus. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Let's listen to Mr. Isaiah Kiteto.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. So I think my question has been responded to because I was to ask about the format, but I thought I would not lower my hand because I had asked another question I directed it to the host and panelists, but at least I think I should have done it to everyone so that it can be responded to. So then I did a second one. So I'm just emphasizing that the 2 questions be responded to. Thank you very much. The other one that I had has been answered. It was about the form and the format which we are supposed to submit the annual report. I think that one has been answered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And all questions that have been sent to the panelists, especially the last presenter, right now is when he's responding to them. Can we get our last question from Mr. Arthur Odima? Arthur Odima, please. Since we can't get Mr. Arthur Odima, taking into consideration the time factor, if there is no Arthur Odima, okay, Juliet Owino, can we get you as the last? Juliet Owino.
Hi, everyone.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Can you hear me? Oh, yes. Thank you so much for the detailed sensitization that we've had. I think I'd asked earlier about if we could get like a one-on-one with probably somebody from NACOSTI, because I know emails are there and sometimes you might not really get, okay, the other side, or maybe me, might not get the real thing that I would want explained. And I'm saying this because like at National Youth Council, research is not our main mandate. we have a component of research, and from the discussions and all that has come, I think we would really need further, we will really need guidance, considering we are doing this also for the very first time, even with the strategy and even coming up with the work plan. I don't know whether this is possible, and if it is possible, then can we get like a point person, even if it means using the office lines? I know maybe people might not be very comfy with their maybe personal lines. So yeah, that's the question that I would want to come up with. Yeah, because I'm looking at it, and I know it will take us time to come up with some of these answers that are required. But I think it will be much easier if we get guidance like straight up from NACOSTI, because you people know really what you expect from us. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam, for the question. Cyrus, you want to respond?
GP?
Yes, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes,
am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. Probably, Madam is asking a very, very important question, and I've seen it on the chat. A number of agencies, research is not their core activity, or they have not been undertaking research. I just want to give an example of an agency last year, which actually were very, very sure. I think it was the arbitration, the National Arbitration, State Corporation on Arbitration. When we went into the act, it was clearly captured that they need to research. So there are cases where either we have not fully operationalized our acts as MDAs, so kindly recheck your act. But if, as you're saying, your act does not really mention research as a core business, we are really encouraging all institutions of government, state corporations, to bring an element of research or innovation, whatever you call it, because we believe that is how we lost out on the M-Pesa patenting. There are a number of things which are done by the youth, and they are taken for granted. And since there's nothing to protect them, or there's nothing to escalate it in those agencies, like you might have your staff just doing something on mobile telephony, and they come up with something. In the absence of that research policy or IP policy, it's very difficult for your organization to pick it up. You might not be really a research institution, but one of your youngsters or any staff in our agencies might come up with a model. It doesn't have to be, research doesn't have to be physical, just a model or a very powerful advisory which you want to patent. People patent very small things. People patent even toothpicks, that this toothpick from this particular tree, it heals when you use it. So we'd want to strongly, really, it might take some time, as we're saying, but we'd really want to encourage to have an element of IP policy and an element of research policy. It might not be as detailed as the one for universities who have commanded, but at least there's some policy that if a staff member comes up with this innovation in our agency, it will be picked up by management. The alternative is that staff in the MDAs will do something, and then they will start looking for Kenya, NACOSTI. You as the agency, you will not even know. And yet that innovation or discovery has happened in your agency, and you deserve to even patent it. So we strongly encourage, our team is willing to walk the journey. The policy doesn't have to have a lot of details, but it has, policy is more of a declaration. It's more like a commitment that as an agency, the way you talk of these things of human rights or harassment, every agency is required to have a policy on harassment. It's more of a declaration that we will not do this or we will do this. So when a staff has something, and any staff can ambush, you cannot limit innovation, they'll come to you. I hope that is clear. We will encourage, but it will not be as intense as the ones of a commanded of research. Back to you, GP.
Yes.
Back to you, Kalera, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Cyrus, anything you want to address before we go back to the DG for official closing?
I think the question for is it Juliet who had answered is answered by the DG, because they have said they have a research, but they don't do intensive. So they need to evaluate their documents for establishment and see that they need the policies, only that to the next extent they have not started. Because as long as there is an aspect of research, if you conduct surveys are part of research. You do parts of all that aspect of data collection, whether it is employee satisfaction, whether you are doing client satisfaction, whether you are doing other kinds of surveys that are still satisfied. All those are kinds of research because you're doing it for analysis and for information to gather new knowledge. And for that, it's good to have a policy in place internally that can be able to guide. And DG has been very clear on that.
Thank you very much, Cyrus. So immediately after the meeting, we shall have a survey tool or an evaluation of today's engagement. It will be sent directly to the participants' email. Kindly respond. Allow me to take this opportunity to welcome the Director General for the official closing of this important function. DG, Karibu.
Yes, thank you, GP. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes, before I give the very brief closing statements, I just want to add on something which is coming, an emerging issue, I think, for all Kenyans, the issues of mental health, as might have been occasioned by whether COVID or the stress levels, the economic levels, and so forth. The matters of mental health have become a big issue. You saw what the press is saying, for example, in the discipline forces. And it's not only discipline forces, it's happening in various institutions where you might not know. A staff member might wake up, or even me, I might wake up today and maybe I'm in a different mood and we do very strange things. The same is happening in families. So I would just urge state corporations also to, those are some of the elements which are saying a means to monitor and evaluate whether you're going to use external or resource persons, the way we do customer survey. Because even when you do that customer survey, you have to interpret the recommendations that they do. And that's where research comes in. They have investigated. You have to verify that you actually accommodate or accept the recommendation, and then you have to implement. When you are implementing such kind of recommendations, you actually, it's like you have undertaken some research. It's only that you have hired people. And that's why there has to be a policy. If there's a recommendation that the staff members you need to take them for a retreat, you need to take them for that. So those are the issues you are saying, you're calling research. Research doesn't have to be tangible, but it can be a procedure or a method or a service, which you're saying all our staff members, every year, it has been determined because of ABCD, every year we'll be taking them to Europe to relax, to relieve the stress. You know, that's a very key determination, just financial implication. So I'm just alerting you that I think all a state corporation, this concerns all of us, those who are parents, those who are whatever, brothers, sisters, and so forth, that we would want one element of STI mainstreaming, and it's one of the priorities that we've seen. Matters of mental health is a big issue. So having said that, I just want to very quickly thank all of you. Can see the numbers are still over 200, quite a good participation, are very focused. Normally when you go beyond 2 to 3 hours, people, the sugar levels end up rising, but we want to thank you for this participation. Please share with us your experiences. Feel free, our team are ready to respond. We always insist in response within 24 hours, even at the DGs, if anything comes to me. I'll either reply to GP Kalerwa and other questions concerning research, keep on consulting. Let us work on this together. Then maybe 2 years down the line, we can take stock and see, was it worth it? Is it impacting MDAs? Is it impacting the country? But you have to tie what you are doing in an MDA with the final outcomes of Kenya. And one of them.
Yes.
Yes, I'll use your phone. Just put it near the mic. I think there's a network challenge just here at Mombasa. Just now I'm seeing it's not logging in. So just as I was concluding, it's my humble duty to declare the training one-day workshop officially closed, and look forward to your comments for further action. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you, DG. Let me request Bwana Cyrus Kamau to close with us, for us, with the word of prayer. Bwana Kamau.
Thank you. Let's pray. Dear loving Father, we are thankful, we are grateful for this day that you have been able to keep us. Thank you even for the beginning of the day when you started with us in the morning at 9, and we are grateful at these hours of lunch hour that you have been able to take us through. Thank you. As we move back to our workstations, give us the knowledge, the mind, and the understanding as we are able to implement the activities that involve the STI strategy in the vision of trying to improve even our service to deliver it to citizens. We pray this, believing, trusting in Jesus' name.
Amen. Thank you very much, Cyrus. Good afternoon, everybody. See you next time.